Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of our symposium. I hope you had a relaxing night, although it might not have been too long, which is always the case on occasions like these for conferences and symposia and the like. What I'm going to say now is actually meant or was meant to be said at a closing ceremony, but I would like to say this now because unfortunately this evening we might not be as complete and as numerous we are now, so it's better to say this than in a smaller circle, to put it diplomatically, this evening. I would like to show and to share some group photos with you. You see this, the photo taken yesterday, and also a picture which was taken in front of the castle yesterday. This one, and the amazing thing about this picture is there's no Photoshop. This picture has not been changed, manipulated, whatever you have it. That's genuine. Imagine the blue Saarlandish sky and a wonderful atmosphere. So the colors are genuine, a perfect atmosphere which we enjoy together and which we will, as I hope, continuously enjoy today. So the Saarlandish sun and also the warmth and cordiality you all brought here to Saarbrücken. And I would like to thank you very much for being here with us. That's your gift for us, that you came here and that you honor us with your presence. Now I would like to point to something special because you all got this bag. So the Saarland bag, which we got from the State Chancellery, and we are very happy about this. We also have a lot of giveaways, presents from the State Chancellery as well as the letter, the accompanying letter of the Prime Minister or the Minister President, as we always say in German contexts. And this is a reminder of the wonderful memories and also the togetherness we are experiencing here. And this is also the transition to the special guest we have today, this morning, the head actually of the State Chancellery, Mr. David Lindemann. Mr. Lindemann is a German political official and currently serves as the head of the State Chancellery of Saarland. And he is also the authorized representative for European affairs in Saarland, holding the rank of State Secretary. A native of Saarbrücken, he studied law at Saarland University, and his career includes previous roles with a focus on European policy, such as working in Brussels for the European Office of the German District Association and the representation of 𝗦𝗆𝗆𝗆 to the European Union. He was appointed to his current position in April 2022 by Minister President Mrs. Anke Rehlinger. So, Mr. Lindemann, please come to the stage. You were actually giving a talk of the same kind at our French symposium in, I think it was November 2024, in excellent French, if I may say so, and we asked you to do this greeting in English. Thank you very much. The microphone is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Ms. Dendrinos, Mr. Ellinides, Mr. 𝗬𝗙𝗪𝗆𝗆, you will immediately figure that I'm not used anymore to speak English on a daily basis, but I promise I'm going to be fluent after about 40 minutes, so I promise I will get along. If I don't find the word and you have an idea what I'm looking for as a word, just scream it out loud and we will continue in the speech. I'm really happy to welcome you here. Simply for the first fact, because you are supporters of multilingualism, and this is really something very important for us as a German region, the Saarland. We need people like you that are talking about how to promote multilingualism and also how to promote fighting for multilingualism, because it's not only about speaking a foreign language is about understanding a foreign culture as well. And we as the Saarland are really, we've learned that from a long history because of our relation to France. We are cross-border cooperating in many, 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 many ways. We had in our history, we've been French, we've been German, we've been independent, and we still are, we say in Saarland. And because of that tradition, we are used to in the German-French context, to promote the language of our neighbor, and our neighbor is used to promoting our language. For that matter, we created a kind of overwhelming, overarching strategy, which is called the Frankreich-Strategie, the strategy France. Hard to say it in English, La Stratégie France, which leads to certain facts. We started in 2014, and now after we had an evaluation, and it led to certain facts. One fact, we have more than, or almost 50% of the German-French quitas called 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍, where French and German advisors work together. We have more than 50% of all 𝗍𝗍𝗍𝗍 in Germany as a small Saarland, which is quite amazing. We have every pupil in the Saarland learns French. Success is uncertain, but every pupil has the opportunity to learn about French, learn about the foreign language, learn about the culture. And if he decides to go on with it, after 2 years he can go on. And if he has not that much interest in French culture, French language, he can stop it and go to Spanish, English, or anything else. Which leads me to the most important discussion we had while introducing that strategy. The parents said, okay, but what about English? Isn't English the most important language in the world? And the internet is in English, and why French? Because of just those, there are our neighbors, but French is like the 4th most spoken language, I think, in the world, 4th or 5th. And wouldn't it be better to learn English instead of French? And in the sense of your platform, we said it's not about English or French or Spanish or Mandarin. It's about learning all of them. And the more you learn about it, the more you will understand the culture of your neighbor and of the world and of the internet and everything. So it's not one against another, it's doing it all together. And that's the most important point, and that's what you are supporting very strongly, and that's why I'm really proud to have you here in Saarbrücken, because it's the right place to promote that. We had one of the biggest success of the strategy France is that we've become 2024 a member of the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie, which is a worldwide network of French-speaking countries. And we are the first Bundesland to come to that point. Very proud of it. And we have also in this Francophonie network, which I find quite interesting as a fact, there are many people speaking English with one another, and they're also saying in the network we are promoting the French, la Francophonie, and we really try to push forward French, but not against any other language, but in the context of other languages. And we would wish to have more people speaking French, of course, but if they speak other languages as well, it's not against us. And I think that's a quite open-minded strategy and a good worldwide network to promote that. And we have Mr. Ellinides here, which is from the DG Translation. And I used to work in Brussels for 7 years, some years ago. And also there it was the most astonishing fact that there are so many languages in that city. You're standing in a bar, you drink a beer, and you hear like 5, 6, 7, 8 languages. And the visitors that came to our office and said, okay, but how does that work? How do they translate it all? And how can that function? And I explained about the pivot languages and how it is done to translate in one language and from that language to another language and stuff. And then they also said immediately, yeah, but wouldn't it be better to have only one language, one official language, not four instead of four? And the answer was always the same. No, we got to keep our languages, our culture, our tradition, but we have to understand one another. Which leads me to the end of my short introductory remarks for this conference. I think learning the language of another country, of another culture, makes you better understand. And if you, the foreign culture and the foreign language. And if we would come to a point where everybody on the world would understand better the other culture, the other language, there would be a greater understanding of mankind in all, and it would be, hopefully, peace. And you are supporting that, you are working in that direction, so I want to encourage you, give all you can give to reach the target of a worldwide multilingualism, to have a better understanding, and finally, hopefully, peace. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, to the second day of what everybody has been saying is being a successful symposium. Yesterday was a really thought-provoking day where we spoke primarily about internationalization of higher education in times of turmoil and of what we're experiencing, as well as multilingualism. And today we turn to basically focus on translation, especially we're concerned with academic translation, because when we're talking about translating languages, we're talking about translating ideas, about translating cultures, and much more. We talked a little bit about that yesterday, but we're going to be exploring it today. And after the afternoon session, we are going to have again the two different members, or three different members actually, talk about the projects that they're doing, the wonderful projects that they're doing, as we had yesterday. So without further ado now, it is my great pleasure to introduce and call to the stand. Can we do it right after Mr. Ellinides, or would you like to do it now? Okay. Another photo. So, dear Mr. Ellinides, Christos, would you like to wait a little bit so that we can take a photo first? Our hosts insist on that. And right afterwards, please, it is my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of ECSPM. And we're really looking forward to hearing what's been happening at the Commission under your direction for so many years, particularly in relation to translation. So, time for a group photo.
So Bessie, thank you very much for your flexibility, and then we can have a group photo. Thank you. And actually, this will only increase the suspense for your talk, Mr. Ellinides, and this is not bad dramaturgically speaking. Here, please.
get something? Okay, okay. All right.
Okay. Good morning, Mrs. Dendrinos, Mr. थिनefeld. Thank you very much for inviting me, the organizing committee, for inviting me here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy really to be here this morning to launch day 2 of the annual symposium of the European Civil Society Platform for Multilingualism. I find it particularly exciting to be here with you in Saarbrücken. Saarbrücken is a city where old meets new, where Baroque charm meets modern functionality, where industrial heritage meets cutting-edge research. I could say this is a perfect setting for this symposium, actually, an event which takes a modern-day look at 2 long-established fields, translation and higher education. The focus of this year's symposium overlaps in a number of ways with work that the European Commission considers a political priority. Work on leveraging language data and AI to bridge the gap between human communication and machine understanding. Work which fits into the wider efforts throughout our continent to accelerate the deployment of AI and to strengthen Europe's digital sovereignty. Mr. Lindemann spoke about the use of languages in our daily life. I will speak about the use of languages in the digital sphere, which is becoming ever more important. So, this is what I will do today. I will present you some of the work that we do in the Commission. And the Directorate-General of Translation, known as DGT, is actually at the forefront of major efforts to develop AI-based multilingual services and to develop European linguistic data assets. Our work on multilingual AI services is already making a tangible difference to the way the Commission actually operates, both locally through the development of targeted AI solutions and increasingly through larger-scale systems that have the potential to transform how our continent makes use of language data. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in turbulent times. We all have a role to play in shaping how technology and data are used for the future of the European Union. The recent developments in Europe and in the Middle East are reshaping the geopolitical landscape and redefining long-standing alliances. Last month marked the 4th anniversary of the start of Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. And more recently, conflicts in Gaza and Iran have spread the wider region, affecting many, many countries and people, including my own country, Cyprus. Every day, we are confronted with a relentless news cycle that seems to bring one crisis after another. It can feel worrying, even overwhelming at times. And this broader sense of instability and negativity is something that affects the language industry as well, just like any other sector in our global but also local economies. This is precisely why events like the one we're attending today are so important. They give us the opportunity to share experiences and knowledge, to exchange ideas, and to reflect together on the way forward for the language industry, for language professionals. Before I go any further, I would like to thank again the Executive Committee and, of course, Bessie for inviting me to share with you the EU efforts to address these evolving challenges in AI and the ongoing need to update our knowledge, skills, and language data. The close ties between your platform and the European Commission go back almost 20 years, when the Commission launched it to help develop EU policy on multilingualism. Since then, you have grown into a leading voice in support of linguistic diversity in Europe, consistently promoting this central pillar of our shared cultural identity. Rest assured, you have an ally in DGT and in the European Commission. We share these values and strive to apply them in our work, not just as a translation service, but as a developer of digital solutions for language technologies in the public sector. One of our guiding principles, as I already mentioned before, is that no language should be left behind in the fast-evolving digital sphere. Just like you, we take this responsibility very seriously. And like you, we support linguistic diversity. Multilingualism is a central pillar of our work on language technology. As you may know, translation is a legal requirement which was written into the very first regulation of the European Community back in 1955. It's actually coded as Regulation 1/1958, because the first thing that the founders of the European project decided was that we need to speak in all languages. That was the first one. Basically, this means that no legislation can be adopted by the European Parliament or the European Council unless it is translated into all EU official languages. This is something that not many European citizens know. Nothing can be adopted in terms of legislation unless it is translated into all 24 official languages. In our 70-year history, this is how old DGT is, our services have grown, innovated, and evolved through changes in working methods and technology. And, of course, to address changes in the political formation of the EU. And our objective is that we need to ensure that everyone in Europe, irrespective of their mother tongue, their language skills, or their knowledge of English, French, or German, can fully exchange with digital services and is not excluded from them. I would like to take a step back and briefly look at the history of DGT for your information, which is itself rooted in the principle of multilingualism. As the Commission Translation Service, DGT has existed in various forms and shapes since the early days of the European Coal and Steel Community. At those times we were calling it the EEC. Our primary objective is to uphold the principle of multilingualism, and it is not just a central pillar for our work in the AI era. It has been a fundamental value of the EU since its inception. We now operate into and out of 24 languages and turn out, on average, 2.5 million pages of translation every year. That's quite a volume of linguistic data produced, checked, and curated by language professionals, and subsequently fed into our language repositories in all of the 24 official languages of the European Union. But in one respect, DGT has always stayed the same. People are at its heart. And that is because translation is fundamentally a human process. And although I will speak at some length about our technology and data assets, I would like to stress that our number one asset has been and will always be our staff. Our second most valuable asset, after our people, is our language data. Specifically, our vast repository of human-produced translations dating back many decades, actually close to 30 years of data. For over these 30 years, the linguistic services of the EU institutions have been gathering, curating, and processing this data. Initially, the thinking behind this was to address one of the major challenges of public service translation, the need for consistency across large volumes of text, especially in legislation. We could not have afforded different terminology in different languages transposed into legislation in different member states. We did this by setting up a multilingual database. We codenamed it EURAMIS. It stands for European Advanced Multilingual Information System, but it doesn't matter. Originally developed as a reference database for our staff, EURAMIS gradually developed and became the backbone of how we work in the era of computer-assisted translation. To this day, EURAMIS plays a vital role in our work. It has grown into a vast repository, as I said, of high-quality data controlled by professional linguists in all of the 24 official languages. To give you an idea of the scale of EURAMIS in the last 30 years, it has accumulated over 2 billion sentences, and what is even more amazing, it is growing at a rate of 400,000 sentences per day. At this very moment, there are thousands of translators in the EU institutions, both in-house but outside the EU institutions, freelancers translating documents for the EU. And every sentence they translate is being fed into EURAMIS. This is, without any doubt, the jewel of our data crown, as I call it. But ladies and gentlemen, EURAMIS was only the starting point. As the potential for harnessing big data started to become clear, we realized that EURAMIS was in fact our window to a whole new world of possible use cases. Our considerable corpus of multilingual data could potentially provide AI-driven services, not only for our translators, but for the whole of the Commission, and yes, for the rest of Europe and its citizens. Our first major project was machine translation. In the early 2000s, 25 years or 26 years ago, DGT began using its language data to develop in-house machine translation engines. This functioned on the basis of statistical algorithms and were, by today's standards, fairly basic. At that time, machine translation had limited success and could only really be used for raw translations or as a temporary solution, pending a human translation. However, this work laid down important foundations for our future work with AI, which took on a whole new dimension as generative AI entered the scene, Gen AI. Advancements in computing power and AI led us to replace our old statistical model of machine translation with an advanced AI-based neural machine technology. Neural technology uses an advanced approach based on artificial neural networks which mimic the human brain. And the more data it has access to, the more it learns about the complexities and nuances of languages. For this reason, a gear change was needed in our data collection efforts. And this came in 2016, around 2016, with the launch of the European Language Resource Coordination Initiative, ELRC. This was led by the Commission's Department for Communication and Networks. As many of you may know, it is called DigiConnect. This initiative was an unprecedented data collection effort to gather open language data across all of the 24 official EU languages. What made it unprecedented was precisely the wide language coverage. valuable data was acquired, not only for larger languages such as English, French, German, but also for smaller languages, what we call under-resourced languages, such as Maltese, Slovenian, Irish, Slovak, and so on. And relatively speaking, the boost it gave to the training potential for these smaller languages far exceeded the gains we made with larger languages. And I will come back to this point a little bit later on. This groundbreaking initiative thus gave us the input we needed to train our in-house neural machine translation engines. And this, in turn, brought us our next generation of machine translation, which we call it e-translation. We launched e-translation in 2017, so believe it or not, we have been using AI since 2017 in the language profession, because we are not the only ones that moved into that direction. And I think by now, it is, and after nearly a decade of use, is widely recognized as a world-class machine translation service. Speak to any of our translators and they will tell you that e-translation is today an indispensable tool in their toolkit. But it is not just used by our translators. Due to the secure operating environment of e-translation, we now offer this service free of charge to EU public administrations, SMEs, NGOs, and the European academic and research community. I repeat, for free. And the figures on e-translation speak for themselves. In 2025 alone, just in 1 year, the service delivered just under 900 million pages in 1 year. We translated 2.5 in DGT. The service processed 900 million pages just in 1 year, of course, accessed by all the stakeholders that I mentioned before. That's an extraordinary achievement and progress in the promotion of multilingualism. But let me be clear. E-translation has by no means yet reached human parity. And it would be wrong to pretend otherwise. The input of skilled professional linguists remains as crucial as ever now. We need them to audit the output. We need them to apply nuanced understanding and cultural context in the texts coming out of e-translation. In short, to ensure machine translations convey the true meaning and intent behind the words of the author. The success story of e-translation equipped us, of course, with the skills to leverage our experience with big data in order to innovate, optimize, and deliver new AI-based multilingual services, specifically for use within DGT. So we developed a semantic similarity tool for detecting documents with overlapping subject matter. We developed a smart terminology extraction tool to help our terminologists identify the key terms in a given document, and many more. But this gave us the confidence to develop further AI services tailored to the needs of other areas in the Commission's work. These services are provided, like I said, and you can access this portal. All you need to do is register and get an EU login code, and then you can access, as I said, for free, all of these services. They include a service such as eSummary, an AI-based service for summarizing large volumes of text, eBriefing, designed to help policy officers, our policy officers, but also policy officers in member states and elsewhere, to produce draft briefing notes from various input documents, speech-to-text, which is a transcription service converting audio and video files into high-quality written transcripts, accessible text, which redrafts text to make it accessible for persons with learning disabilities, for example, by shortening sentences, removing abbreviations, and simplifying vocabulary, and many more. You see them there. And those are only some of the services we are now offering. To date, we have developed a total of 10 AI-based multilingual services. Now, the key to this is that we provide them for free, but also in a secure environment, and most importantly, in all 24 languages. So all of these services actually have been developed by a team of talented engineers with linguistic expertise and extensive experience in AI algorithms. We took translators who know how to process natural language. We upskilled them, we reskilled them, we retrained them, and we converted them into now what we call prompt engineers. Actually, as we speak, we run a network of 80 universities in Europe that provide master's degrees. Is known as the EMT network, European Masters of Translation Network. And we are working in redefining their syllabuses and their programs to include specializations for translators, like prompt engineers, because who is best, more equipped to develop prompts to run AI services? Those that know how to master the language. And that's what we did. Now, I think that I also need to mention, out of courtesy, that our funding comes from the Digital Europe program. So those of you that are familiar with European programs, we are not using internal commission funding. We are using program funding, and that is exactly the reason why we have the obligation to share all of these services with the rest of Europe. Now, through these initiatives, we benefited both from technical expertise and funding, which was, of course, instrumental in our work forward. But what does the future look like? Where are we heading? Well, we are heading towards an amplification of linguistic data repositories that sometimes are completely out of control in terms of transparency, biases, poor language coverage, and low-quality data assets. You may know them as LLMs or large language models. And of course, all of these challenges that these LLMs or large language models provide is something that we have an obligation as language professionals, as European Commission, as DGT, but I think all of us in this room, to make sure that they are addressed and that they are handled in the best possible way so that we don't end up with all of the risks that they pose. So, as an example, I want to share with you just the one challenge, which is the problem of language coverage in LLMs, as they exist today. We did last year a study of the major, and I will not quote the names for obvious reasons, but of the major large language models that you probably are all using if you use ChatGPT, because that's what's behind it. And we have identified the distribution of languages in those models, as you see in this part of the slide. You can see the presence of the English language, and you can see the presence of other languages, about 60 to 40, 70 to 30 ratio of language coverage. And that is a problem. So what we did is that we took a step back and we said, why? I mean, we cannot live with this, in Europe at least. And we looked at the model of Uramis. And this is the distribution of languages in our own model. Much more at parity, much more balanced, much more equal distribution of languages in terms of a percentage coverage in our data repository. And the next question is, what are we doing about this? I have just mentioned that we are using Digital Europe program funding to undertake all our the development of all our AI-based services. Actually, what we have been doing is that I said AI existed since 2017 in the language industry, but we couldn't really experience the boost because we didn't have the computing power. It was very expensive. So that computing power now is available to us through a program which is called Euro high-performance computing joint venture, where we have deployed under the political priorities of President Ursula von der Leyen, so far 11 supercomputers in 11 different member states in Europe. So now we have the possibility to use these supercomputers with our AI expertise, which dates back 10 years, with our data at a much faster, quicker, precise way, because the computing power is there. That's why now we are experiencing, or the rest of the sectors of the industries and economies are experiencing a boost in AI, because now the supercomputing power is cheap and it's available. So what we are trying to do is, through the initiative of 𝗬𝗎𝗊𝗆 I mentioned and these supercomputers, we are trying to benefit from accessing these high-performance supercomputers. We are actually accessing 3. The first one is 𝗦𝗆𝗺𝗍𝗍, is codenamed in Luxembourg. Then the second one that we used, and we're using them simultaneously, is the supercomputer in Bologna that we did in 2024, where we conducted advanced training of our AI engines and large language model, URAMIS. And then, as of last year, we are using one of the top 10 supercomputers on this planet, which is in Barcelona and is called Mare Nostrum 5, where we have just completed our algorithmic testing on our most ambitious project today to develop an EU institutional LLM. Now, this EU institutional LLM has been specifically designed to address the two major shortcomings of existing LLMs. First, to address the language coverage, as I explained. But second, also to make sure that the data that is in this model does not have inherent biases, is transparent, and we will make it available open source. What we did, actually, we took a French open source European model, which is coming out of a company called Mistral. And we're working together. We put Mistral and we injected it with our URAMIS data, and we're training all of this in these supercomputers to produce a high-quality data LLM made in Europe, owned by Europeans, and run by Europeans, avoiding biases, transparencies, problems, and all the rest of the things that other LLMs have. The testing phase for our own LLM is complete now, and at the start of the next quarter, we are targeting to release it out for the whole of Europe, the first version. So that will be available for those that want to test it, especially in universities and all the rest. And of course, every time we inject more data to it, we retrain it, fine-tune it, we expect to make it available to more and more, in more and more versions throughout Europe, and particularly public administrations and universities. So this is our ambition, and this is what we are targeting in terms of language data. Now, one may say, but when you did these tests, you used an open source model, another LLM, European, yes, French, Mistral. What was the difference when you injected your own data in terms of quality, performance, precision, in output for the different language combinations that you use in Europe? Where there you have it. The biggest impact, I mean, I cannot point, I think, the laser, but you can look at the bottom of the slide. You see the languages, and on the axis on the left, you see the precision and accuracy. And if you look at the Irish, for example, Gaelic, GA is the acronym, we entered with the existing LLM that we took out of the market with a quality indicator of close to 0.2 out of 0.8. That's the measurements that we have. And just by retraining the LLM using our own data, the 30 years collected data, we brought that indicator from 0.2 to almost 0.6. That's a humongous increase in precision and quality. What is also important is that in every single language combination, we have experienced significant improvements. And that is what we are targeting. Now, all of these projects that I talked about fit into a wider context, what we call the European language data space. Eventually, our goal is to build a fully fledged European language data space in partnership with the private sector, public sector, and academia. We are not competing neither with the private sector nor with academia. We are all working together to achieve this European language data space, where a lot of linguistic data will be harnessed in different member states, published on a portal, and anybody and everybody can use them as they see fit. Since we now understand how important LLMs are for industrial and academic applications, and that data is vital to train LLMs based on empirical data I just showed you, it is essential that we keep collecting and sharing language data. And this is exactly what the European Language Data Space, or LDS, is designed to do. In short, again, it will be a platform and marketplace where multilingual data can be collected, created, shared, and reused. We have made considerable progress so far in this. And in fact, the first software of the language data space was released just last month, and we are confident that it will significantly contribute to the linguistic ecosystem of Europe in the digital world. We believe that it will accelerate AI developments across Europe, while at the same time strengthening what I said before, the EU digital sovereignty in the process. Reduce dependency from the West, reduce dependency from the East. And that is the intention, and that is one of the political priorities, as I said, of this Commission. Equally important, it will be done in a safe, secure manner, following GDPR conventions, compliant with our own AI Act, and so forth. And this brings me, of course, also to the political context. And as exciting and ambitious as our work sounds, let me be very clear. Responsible, safe, and inclusive use of AI is always at the heart of what we do, is always at the heart of our work. This is our approach to AI. It is the EU approach to AI. And nowhere is this more evident than in what I refer to, and I can call it an EU landmark, AI legislation, AI Act. The world's first comprehensive legal framework for the use of AI. It doesn't exist anywhere. And just as our GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, became the international standard in data protection, our AI Act is fast becoming the international standard and blueprint in a safe and trustworthy, or for a safe and trustworthy AI. So by firmly anchoring AI safety in EU law, the foundations are now in place for us to advance in our AI journey and accelerate our work. The EU set out its strategic vision for AI back in 2024 when it adopted the political guidelines for the second mandate of our President von der Leyen. The guidelines, the political guidelines, set out very clearly the Commission's intent to boost, as I said, supercomputing capacity, because that's the instrumental and fundamental element for the progress of AI, support the development of AI to improve public services, and generally step up the delivery of AI in a variety of sectors, industry, other economic sectors, and universities and academia. This marked a clear shift in emphasis for the European Union, a move from ideas and developing legislation and guidelines to action. And since then, we have seen exactly that. Towards the end of last year, 3-4 months ago, the EU reached another milestone in our AI journey when we adopted the Apply AI strategy, which is now being deployed in all member states. This overarching sectoral strategy laid down targeted measures to advance AI adoption in a variety of sectors, including the public sector and academia. It's backed up by 1 billion euros funding. And that shows the intention. And let me conclude. I think I skipped a number of things. I know I tend to talk too much, so I get excited about these things. What I want to leave you with the last slide here is that the ambition to become an AI continent in which no one and no language is left behind is something we should all take at heart. And we look forward to working together with everybody to make this happen. The European Union has entered a new era, an era of digital transformation with AI at the center and automation at its heart. What we do in this field in the years to come will undoubtedly determine the economic future as well of the whole of the continent. But beyond that, it will also determine how our societies evolve, and I believe who we become as Europeans. I'm convinced that we are on the right track. I'm convinced that Europe and the way we are moving forward is the right track, shaping a distinctly European path in the age of artificial intelligence, a path characterized by ethics, integrity, and safety. We have understood that transformation efforts to go hand in hand with digital and AI solutions, but that these solutions must also be human-centric. In other words, for human processes like translation, AI solutions must serve as a supporting element, not as a blind replacement. We have also understood that to preserve our identity and ensure equal opportunities for the EU as a whole, it is vital that all European languages are well represented, equally represented in the area, in the sphere, in the world of AI. And that means focusing, as we are doing now, on those languages with fewer digital resources. I grant you this approach may seem challenging. It is not easy, not an easy task, to catalyze our AI industry while upholding our values-based regulatory framework. But trust me, the EU is committed in doing so and is now well placed to get ahead of the innovation curve in our strategic pursuit of digital autonomy. I really believe that we are on the threshold of a major expansion of AI in the EU. In the field of language technology, in particular, I feel a great sense of enthusiasm and curiosity for what's coming in the years ahead of us. Whatever developments we may see in this area, you can be sure that the Commission will be here to play its part, leading by example and helping Europe realize its ambition to become an AI continent. We can truly become an AI continent in which no one, as I said, and no language is left behind. So we look forward to working with you as well and make this ambition a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this truly informative talk. Please, we can both go here because there will be questions. May I indulge, first of all, and ask our host if it's okay? We're running a little bit behind, so I think that we can take 15 minutes, especially since our dear friend, 𝗬𝗙𝗀𝗆𝗆, who's actually an interpreter in the Commission, and he was supposed to speak. He has been hospitalized and is unable to come, so we have a little bit of leeway, and we can take the time for the questions. Truly informative and inspiring, and you are inspiring us to work with you. We have already, as ECSPM, worked on the on the ELE project as a partner, and some of us are familiar with all of the work that is being done. I just want to ask one quick question and then open to the floor. The LLMs, are they genre categorized, or are they, how is the large language data organized in order for people to be able to, maybe it's a naive question, but could you explain to me, because we were also thinking of contributing throughout our university cluster with language data that would be available to everyone, but it would be specifically academic, scientific language for particular concepts. So I'm wondering how in your in the Commission, how the large language data is organized.
That's actually a very good question. When we introduced linguistic data in LLM, I will try not to be too technical, we're actually adding what we call tags to each piece of data. And that tag can identify the data as being financial data, as being scientific data, as being legal data. So, and when you go and see our e-translation service, you can choose what sort of text, what sort of translation you want to have, because you can choose the engine that will be used to do the translation. So if you have documents that are of legalistic nature and you upload them and you want them to be translated from Italian to Slovene, there is a menu where you can choose, this is financial files, these are legal files, these are trade files or whatever. And then based on the tagging of the data, we can access our own data assets in the LLM that are addressing more that particular field in doing the translation. So by classifying, cartographizing, and taxonomizing data in this way using tags is what we do to segment.
Okay. So this can be extended, for example, in fields like scientific fields. More tagging can actually be specialized and so on and so forth, and people can work together in order to provide.
We're actually working with, in the Commission we have the Joint Research Center, JRC, for those of you that know it, and we are working especially on the scientific data with them. Because scientific data is not, and this is the trick now, scientific data is not only text. Scientific data is numerical as well.
Yes.
So we need to see how all of this...
It's multimodal, actually.
It's multimodal. So we need to see how we will integrate all of this data into LLM.
Okay, great. Thank you so very much. The floor is open to questions for people who would like to ask Mr. Ellinides. Yes, Alexander.
Okay, thank you
Please
so much.
Please identify yourself. And
yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Alexander Trickler from University of Innsbruck, Associate Professor in the Department of Translation Studies. And it's amazing achievement that what the Commission has done in since 2017. I've been following that through my research, which was more about EU case law, but we looked also at EU legislation, and we use also in my teaching, I use e-translation, and it's been amazing what has been done there. I have two questions. So one question is, so you showed us also how that EU Mistral has improved the original model. With the evaluation, what evaluation kind of was used there? Is it only automating or not only? Okay.
Very simple.
Okay.
Human controlled. So all of the benchmarking that we did, we inserted documents into the Mistral model before. We enriched it with linguistic data from our Euramis database or our own data. And we got the benchmarking threshold. And then we did the injection of the data, and we got the output, and we had translators evaluate the before and the after. Because, and actually, I don't know if you if you have seen, I also posted on my LinkedIn account. We're actually engaging right now with at least, if I remember correctly, 15 universities, where we have asked universities and academia to help us assess and evaluate our LLM, and we are providing access to them in 12 or 15 universities, and students are actually assessing the quality of the data in that LLM. So, and we're looking for more, of course. It is not an easy venture or, if you like, task, but we really want to involve the academia in this effort. And students can have a very, very much added value, a big added value in helping us at least the assessment, because we cannot do it alone. It's a huge effort, and obviously we cannot do all of these benchmarkings on ourselves or by ourselves. We need help, and we all need to work together, and this is what I said.
That's even more amazing achievement because it's not just automated evaluation. But this, your answer brings me to the next question, because my university is part of EMT, and we have, for example, one meeting next week, which is about new curricula, etc., in the area of technology and translation. But I also have experienced, and I know that we have received also the survey, and I have also experienced that universities are very slow in responding to what's happening actually, for example, in your sector. I was involved in developing curriculum at my university, etc., and it's based also partly because of I think that often the translation departments, translation staff is not well informed or not always prepared to engage into those. And sometimes I know that sometimes you need really to struggle and to in order to push the changes that are inevitable, I would say. But my feeling is that the response is very slow, and that maybe some other ways might be available, such as developing joint master programs in addition to the existing national programs in translation. Because translation departments often have very specific curricula, which are related to traditions, etc. And this might be the reason that that response is very slow. Yeah.
Let me give a little bit of context, because you are very familiar with what is happening, but maybe people are not. So in the EMT network, your university is a member, we have developed what we called a competences framework for students that are following master's degrees. Competences framework is a framework where we identify 4 or 5 different chapters of different elements that the syllabus must provide as part of their education to be classified as an EMT university. Actually, we use that framework to assess the universities whether they can join or not the EMT network. So you are very right in saying that the response rate in adjusting curricula and programs in universities can be very slow. I will come to the joint degrees in a bit. So that is why now what we have, and this competence framework is not very old. It's the last update was 2 or 3 years ago. So now, based on the developments that we are experiencing, we are again updating it and not completely revamping it, exactly because we do not want to go back to universities and tell them change everything. So we are taking the EMT competence framework, which is a set of chapters that defines the syllabus that must be in a Master's of Translation, and we are updating different parts of that without just demolishing everything to adjust to the needs of what the industry needs to do today, the industry needs are today. And in order to do that, we have an expert group, which is an expert group from the industry. We have brought this group of industry experts together with the board. We have a board for the EMT network, so it's 10 people in the EMT board and 10 people in the industry expert group. We brought them together, and we asked them to talk to each other. The industry must say, what are the expectations of students coming out of translation programs so that they can be employable as fast as possible, so that they can be easily integrated into the marketplace based on what the industry needs. And then the academia speaks to the industry and says, this is where we're limited, this is where we can be slow in doing this, and we're trying to bring them together to an understanding. And therefore, we have now launched this revision of the EMT competence to include the developments we have in language, data, AI, LLMs, and all the rest as part of the curriculum training, prompt engineering, or all the rest, as part of the curriculum training that universities must provide so that the students coming out can be employed. I mean, a traditional translator, if universities continue to produce traditional translators, they will be employable, but their chances of employability will be much more if they also have in their profile and skill sets the new elements that I have mentioned just now. Now, in terms of speed, I fully sympathize. Universities, of course, have boards and schools that compete for funding and all the rest, and that is the reason why we're not going for a fully fledged revision of the competence framework. We're going for a moderation, an adjustment to accommodate this. On the joint programs, I think absolutely yes. I think that's a very good idea. I would even say that, okay, I'm not an expert in developing academic programs, but I wouldn't exclude having major and minors. So you get a degree as a major in translation, but you can get a minor in data language specialist, in prompt engineering, in, I don't know what other specializations can be coming out of this area of language professionals. But that is something that I also foresee in the future, that we will not be offering Masters of Translations on their own as we used to, I believe. I think we will need to adjust them to offer the basic and fundamental core courses for translators, but also to have a periphery of other courses to address these new developments, and then you can call them a Masters of Translation with a minor in this or a minor on that. Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe I'm stepping outside my lines here,
no,
but this is how I would see it.
It sounds very logical, because we're becoming more and more interdisciplinary. And also, I was thinking that in terms of, it's wonderful that the Commission has created various competence frameworks, not only for translation, also for digital competence, etc., yes, which needs also to be refurbished and updated because recently what I saw has sort of remained behind. But it's extremely useful because it brings us all to work together in this kind of thing and moving towards the interdisciplinarity that we actually need, because it's not translation on its own or linguistics on its own. The whole area of academia has become more than multimodal or transdisciplinary.
I totally agree with you. I am beginning not to use the word translator anymore.
Yeah.
If you noticed in my intervention, I'm talking about language professionals.
Yeah.
Because translator is so specific, and with these developments, I believe that we will be talking about language professionals specializing not just in translation, as I explained, but in all sorts of satellite disciplines, and, like you said, interdisciplinary and specializations.
Fine. Would anyone else like to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you for your insightful talk. I'm 𝗘𝗖𝗦𝗆𝗆 from Saarland University and working on the university's translation agency called Trilingual Campus. And picking up on the concept of traditional translators, I would like to know a bit more about the actual work of your language specialists, because this shift from translating to prompt engineering is like a fundamental change in the work. And could you tell a bit more about the work? do you still use human-only translation, or is it only like post-editing, machine output? Would be interesting to know a bit more about that. Thank you.
Okay, it's two questions. So I will take the first, and then maybe you can remind me about the post-editing. So, yes, we have now diversified the profiles of the traditional translators that we have. You can understand that change management is not easy, especially for somebody that has been a translator for 20, 25 years. It's not easily acceptable to say that, okay, now you need to be able to do a number of other things and not just straight translation as you used to. But we did that. And the only way you can do that is by identifying through, what we do is a digital skills survey every year for all our staff in different areas of technology, AI included. And then we identify where we see gaps. And based on the gaps, we develop a learning and development programs. And that is the way we are moving to redevelop, to reprofile our staff based on what they tell us they have as skill sets and what we think they need. We find the gap and we develop learning and development programs for them internally. Now, specializations. Terminology has become extremely important. We have created, just to give you an understanding, a dedicated data management unit with a head of unit, with 40 people investing in curating data, becoming data managers, and doing all of the work that is needed to be done to manage linguistic data. That's one. The prompt engineers I already mentioned. We are also investing a lot in reprofiling quality. The quality, if you like, activity in what we do. Because quality evaluation, assessment, monitoring starts becoming different than the traditional evaluation and review and revision that translators were doing in the past. So we're also doing a lot of work to reprofile quality officers, quality managers. That's another specialization. Believe it or not, we also entered into what we call customer relationship management. This is the soft skills now that I believe language professionals need to possess. They need to be able to talk to customers. They need to be able to negotiate with customers and understand what the customer wants and also guide the customer, the clients. In our case, the clients are commission departments. And guide them as to what is possible to be done within which deadlines, and it can be pure human translation or it can be assisted translation. So we have even people specializing in customer relationship management, and these are language professionals, and I can go on and on. We have people that we have profiled so that they can communicate with freelancers. 30% of the production that I have mentioned, we outsource. 30%, that's 1 million pages almost, if you say 3 million, 1 million that we give to the market. So we need to be able to explain to the freelancers what our expectations are, the guidelines they need to use. So we have specialized people on how to explain to the freelance market what is our expectations and how we expect them to work for the documents that we ask them to. So a lot of reprofiling and skill sets are changing in our work. The question on whether we do post-editing or not, we don't look at our work as post-editing. We look at, I said it I think in my intervention, that AI or translation or any other of the services, the terminology extraction tool that we have, the semantic similarity tool that we have, the machine translation tool that we have, we all look at this as a toolbox for our language professionals, and they use all of that so that, first of all, they don't start with a blank piece of paper. They start with proposals coming either directly from Euramis or from machine translation or from terminology databases with proposals on different segments of a document, and they use all of that, make a decision. They make a decision what the best proposal is for a particular segment or text, and then they adopt it and they have it in their translation. So I don't think post-editing is an easy and simple term to use. in my opinion. But I think language professionals are doing a lot more than post-editing. In the process of creating a translation, a text, they do terminology, they do quality control, they do, if you like, association of data to different tagging before they reinsert it back into the LLM. So it's a lot more than just looking at the source and the target, and then you do either a revision or a review, or you just get a machine translation output, and then you say this is it. Now, having said that, that is the case for us. That does not mean that this is the case for everybody. Why is the case for us? Because 60 to 70% of our production is legislation. And you cannot mess around with legislation. So it needs to be checked so that what we transpose into law in all 24 languages has the same meaning, same content, same, if you like, tonality and all the rest that can be accompanied into that particular language, because that translation will then be transposed into law into the member state. That's why we look at what we do not just as post-editing.
Thank you. I think that we're now our 15 minutes but I think you had a question, Gudrun, or Thomas, or just a quick one?
Before the ELE project started, in which we were involved, it was known that the lesser spoken languages, the regional languages, and the minority languages almost didn't exist electronically. And the findings of the ELE project were what we suspected. Is that your desk? Are any steps being taken to try to increase or help these languages so that they exist electronically also?
No.
Okay. My next question
our efforts are clearly focused on the 24 official languages. Yeah. It's already a humongous amount of work just dealing with those 24 languages. We cannot, of course, if you go to our e-translation, you will find we do e-translations in Chinese, in Russian, in Ukrainian, in all sorts of other languages periphery, but not in regional context.
My other question was, how do you prepare for new languages to come in? There are languages on the doorstep, and some are almost on the doorstep. How do you prepare for them to enter?
You have to know that every candidate country that needs to join the EU, and this is something also that many people don't know, before they join the EU, it is a legal obligation that they translate the acquis communautaire, the legislation we have. The acquis, we call it, is the legislation, the whole legislation, which is hundreds of thousands of pages of the EU, into their own language. And they have to do it on their own. It's the obligation of the members of the candidate country to translate all of that into their own language before they can become a member of the European Union. It's an obligation. Not many people know it. We're discussing with a lot of countries, and usually they start discovering it towards the end that, but you cannot become a member because you have to translate the whole of the legislation of the EU into your own, and then they start looking at their universities. They start looking at their freelance market. So and maybe sometimes that can have delays of years in terms of them being able to become a member, unless there is a derogation, like in the Irish case. In the Irish case, there was a derogation of 5 years. They entered, and for 5 years we accepted, because they also have English as an official language. That was an exceptional case. And for 5 years, we were not translating into Irish as we were doing for the rest of the languages, but that was a derogation. And after 5 years, we had to do everything in Irish as well. What do we do to help them? We have a special unit that works together with the public administration of each candidate member, if and how they wish to help them identify, and they set up what we call TCUs, Translation Coordination Units, in these candidate countries, where we talk to them and we tell them, this is what you need to do. You need to develop people from universities, change your curriculum and produce students. You also need to equip your freelancers with this and that. And there is also a school that has been created. It's called the Regional School of Public Administration, RESPA, where they are also intervening and facilitating the communication and preparation for these candidate countries.
Thank you so much for all the information, the rich information that you provided us with. Yes?
May I ask one quick question? I don't know if the answer will be quick, but I guess. So first of all, thank you very much for your very informative talk and for having given us so many insights into your work. Two tiny questions. Actually, it's one. To what extent or how much has translation speed increased after the advent of AI? And to what extent have you reduced your team of language professionals? Not to say translators.
The second question I didn't know. The first I understood.
To what extent have you reduced the number of language professionals, not to say translators, after the advent of AI?
I will take the fifth. No, just kidding. Let me start from the first one. I said before that we have been using AI since 2017. So the first impact on the speed that we have acquired in producing pages per translator was already materializing since that area. It was around indicatively. We were talking about a translator at the time with traditional dictionaries and I don't know what. They could really produce high-quality translations, legal translations, for 5 pages per day, 25 years ago. Now we're looking at double. So that's a little bit the dimension of the increase in productivity that we have had since the advent of AI. So we doubled more or less the capability of translators or language professionals to produce text, double the number of pages they used to before. The second question is that, and based on that, of course, we had to experience significant staff cuts. Just to let you know, for information, the Commission is about 35,000 people. My Directorate-General is one of the biggest. We're about 2,000 people. But 6 or 7 years ago, we were 2,700. That's a short answer.
Thank you so much again. Thank you very much for your informative and inspiring talk. And now I would like to ask Professor Ulrike Jessner to come to, thank you, introduce Professor Engberg.
Our next presentation ties in very well with what we just heard, but approaching different aspects of what you've been presenting. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce you to Professor Jan Engberg, who is a professor at Aarhus University, and he's a professor of knowledge communication. He also received the title Doctor Honoris Causa in 2018. His main interests are the study of cognition in specialized discourse and the relation between specialized knowledge and text formulation. So he focuses upon communication, translation, and meaning in the field of law. I'm not going into the long list of publications which you can all find online, and we're looking forward to I know, fascinating talk.
Thank you very much, Ulrike Jessner, for that nice introduction. I'll do my best to live up to it, but we'll see what happens. I was very happy to be invited to this highly interesting seminar in Saarbrücken, and very honored to have the possibility. Yesterday was already an interesting event for me, with lots of new input to my thinking. And I hope that I will be able to contribute with something here to another interesting day with my talk on what is difficult when we have to understand specialized knowledge or texts about specialized knowledge, and why we as humans have the affordances for doing so. So it's difficult, but we know how to do it. Not automatically, though, as 𝗪𝗪𝗺𝗪𝗺 already told us yesterday in her presentation. In the presentation of today's topic, the general topic, the organizers, among others, have written the following statement. I'll just have to, namely, they say that what we want to do with what we do today, is we will explore the challenges of adapting knowledge, ideas, and perspectives across cultures and contexts, and of transferring and sharing knowledge and research findings across borders. This necessitates translating scientific constructs and research methodologies. And that's actually what I would like to take as my point of departure and as the framework of my talk today. Although before I start, I would say it's important for me to say that I know that what I'm going to say to you today is not new. Especially all those of you who work with language acquisition it will ring many bells, because it's related to many of the same ideas that come from there. So what I really want to do is not present you with a lot of new insights, but to demonstrate how such ideas that we know and accept and know from different fields may be relevant also when we look at translation for academic purposes. And in that connection, I found it quite interesting that Mr. Ellinides started out by saying that translation is a human process. As somebody who teaches translation in Denmark, I can only undersign that definitely. And I think the important thing about that is to say that when we translate, then we translate for understanding. So that the whole human process that you described before, that you could call post-editing, but you could also describe in more detail what the post-editing is, that whole thing is there in order for understanding to come up. So translating is not about writing a text. Translating is about writing a text that will generate understanding among the people who read it afterwards. And as with translation, understanding is a deeply human process that's necessary in order for knowledge to emerge. So if we want knowledge to travel, then we need to produce texts that can be understood, and the understanding is a human process. And that's, you can say, this human process is that which interests me, by coincidence much more than the more mechanical, the more AI-oriented things, not because they are irrelevant, but just because we have to concentrate on something. We can't know everything, everybody. So I'm interested in that part of saying that if we want ideas to travel from one language, from one culture to another, we need to realize that when we produce the texts that should make that possible, we're trying to make people understand them. And in order to do that, we need to know how does that understanding thing work. So before I go into saying something more about the knowledge communication approach that we have tried to work on in Denmark, and where the denomination of my professorship is placed, I will give some introductory remarks on academic knowledge and the role of individual humans in that connection, and then say something about a few of the cognitive bases of the knowledge communication approach, especially underlining the whole idea that knowledge is something which is which is simultaneously individual and shared. So it's individual and collective at the same time. It has both sides, and that has something to do with the way our mind works. As an example of this kind of traveling that we're working on, I'll give you an example from comparative law studies, where the whole idea of translating is very imminent, but not always taken seriously. I would say in the whole field, and I can say that's with calmness, because I've told them too, and so they know that I think so, and we've discussed it a lot. At the end, I will just give you a brief kind of bridge to further discussions concerning where could the differences be, or what is important when we talk about AI, for example, as a helper for the translations. Where do the differences lie, and why is it that it's not enough just to make a translation? Something more has to happen in order for knowledge to actually travel. But that'll be quite brief. Okay, so the ideas behind the talk are mainly two things, you can say. One thing that is actually this. That doesn't. How do I go further with my? That one exactly, perfect. So that was a slide to what I just said. I hope you get it. Okay, so 4 aspects. One is our introductory remarks, then you have the knowledge communication approach, then the example, and then a few remarks on bridging towards communication, towards the use of AI and machine translation and things like that. The main thoughts are two. I could maybe start with the second aspect here, namely the academic disciplinary game. I think what we talk about when we talk about ideas traveling, it's actually the kind of academic disciplinary game that's ongoing all the time in disciplines, in theories, and so on and so forth. It's the ongoing procedure that consists of researchers at different levels proposing, exchanging, evaluating, and upholding ideas and norms and principles that bind together their discipline as an epistemic culture. And that idea of epistemic culture comes from Knud Schettiner, is a sociologist who has worked on what could the building blocks be in a knowledge society. I'm not going to go deeper into that, but just say that what we have when we exchange ideas is that we try to develop and uphold a culture that is disciplinary, and what we would like to have, I think, is that this kind of discipline is as open as possible to everybody who wants to participate in it. And in order to do that, we need to be able to use more languages and use translation and so on and so forth. Because otherwise we'll end up with just speaking with those who, by coincidence, speaks the language of the leading people in this. So that academic disciplinary game is the one we want people to participate in, with translations, among other things. And in general, you can say that scientific disciplines and their knowledge are socially constructed due to the needs in the society, and that goes via the academic disciplinary game. Ideally, also across linguistic and national cultural barriers. For example, through multilingualism. The more languages I know, the better I can participate in this game on an international scale. Through translanguaging, I sit together with people and we cope with the languages we have without producing texts, and then also through translation. The questions that come out of that are going to be leading for what I'm going to say are: who is it that constructs? If we say that the construction is necessary, then who is it who's constructing? And how does that construction work? And where do we actually find the knowledge that comes out of it, and that should be kind of the proof of the pudding that comes out of that? The answers to these questions are relevant for finding the criteria, for instance, for high-quality translation. So what is a high-quality translation? What is the goal of the high-quality translation? That would be, in the academic field, to exactly enable ideas from different sources, and different languages, and different cultures, and different national contexts to travel and to be understood where they come. So I have a feeling, having been in translation studies for a long time, 35 years now more or less, I have a feeling that we used to, when I started, to think of translation as being, I have to present something. I have to make a text that goes out. And once the text is out, then I'm finished. And my idea with this would be to say, cool, but that's only halfway. You've only translated something the moment people understand it the way you wanted them to understand. And I have just discussed that with translators too. They hate me for saying that. Because they always say, how can I know? And I just say, you can't know. But you can have that as a goal. You can say, I have to say why my translation is probably one that can work for that. Extremely briefly about myself, I'm interested in the consequences of putting knowledge, rather than language in a narrow sense, at the heart of the description of professional domain-specific communication. So you can say one of the things that we have done in the knowledge communication approach in 𝗏𝗏𝗧 was to say language is one of the factors that comes in, but actually what interests us is to look at the knowledge and how the knowledge travels and what has an impact on this traveling. And what I learned from this interest is that the nature of human knowledge and its communication, also multilingually, makes it relevant to see that we shouldn't lose track of the role of the individual knower. So there's no such thing as knowledge traveling around or flying around in the world. Knowledge can only travel through people because knowledge is bound to humans. So there's no in this idea we would always say a book doesn't contain knowledge. The book contains information, and from the information people can make knowledge. But as long as the book is there or the text is there, there's no knowledge. Knowledge isn't there. Knowledge is there in us, so to speak. That's where it is, and that's one place where I think that what we talked about yesterday, what 値ητελ talked about yesterday, concerning individual acquisition of characteristics of other languages as gradients, as something that I gradually build up, and then we together find out how it can work. It comes in as something which is close to this, and also Ulrike Jessner-Schmid's work on individual multilinguality as a complex cognitive system that is dependent upon personal cognitive factors, goes in the same direction, to say there's no such thing as a language that can be put into people, but people have to take it up and do something with it, and then gradually learn the language. And the same applies for knowledge. Thus, it's important that you can say that the individual human plays a role in all of this. Hence, humans are able to understand insights of others, also across language barriers, because we have a cognitive ability of putting ourselves in the place of others. We're extremely good at guessing what other people are thinking. So we can imagine what could it be that you know. However, it only works successfully if we take the possibility of differences between ourselves and others seriously. So I can only understand something foreign if I make myself aware of the fact that it is foreign. And I have to be aware of the potential necessity of accepting differences in ways of seeing the world. Again, the moment I accept it, it's not problematic. It's what we do all the time. We're all the time adjusting and adapting and changing the way our mind works. So we have it. It's just it doesn't go automatically, so to speak. Okay, so far with the beginning of this, with the introductory remarks. I will go deeper into the idea of theory of mind in connection with talking about what knowledge communication approach is, and then afterwards go on with the challenges that comparative law studies gives people who wants to work with that, and that combines with the idea of it being necessary in order for me to work with these things, to actually be aware of the fact that there are differences and accept the idea that it's the case. What we work with in Aarhus is the knowledge communication approach, and that has some basic characteristics. This is one definition that I've been working with, that I'll just briefly, I think I'll just read it out, because it's the easiest way for me to work with it, and I'll say a little bit about the elements. In short, the study of knowledge communication aims at investigating a special thing, namely the intentional and decision-based communication of specialized knowledge in professional settings, from experts to experts, and from experts to non-experts, so always involving experts having knowledge, wanting to communicate that, and wanting to communicate that intentionally. So we don't look at kind of non-planned kind of communication. We look at experts who want to communicate what they have on their mind, and work with that intentionally, so to speak. And I'm interested then especially in two things, namely the interplay between knowledge and expertise of individuals on the one hand, and the knowledge as a social phenomenon, so the knowledge of the discipline, the knowledge of the disciplinary culture as one thing. And then also how do we cope with knowledge asymmetries? How do we cope with the fact that the knowledge that every individual has is somewhat different from that which other people have? How do we cope with that thing? Depending on how big the difference is, it's easier or less easy, but we have to cope with it all the time again, due to the way our mind works. I will not talk today about the second part, because that's to me a different thing. But if you're interested, I can talk for hours about it in the coffee breaks. But central to me here is this idea that knowledge is empirically individual, but we perceive it, we treat it, and we socially feel it as being existent, as shared, and thus as a cultural entity. And this thing is quite important, because it explains something about why it actually is not too problematic for us to learn new things and to communicate with people with different backgrounds. It has something to do with the way these things work. In a book that came out 2 years ago, where we have different authors from our extended research group talking or giving examples of ways of working with specialized communication and specialized knowledge. We did an introduction, and there we tried to filter out what are the basic things that we have as kind of claims and pillars to build the approach upon. There are three here. One is to see expert knowledge as constructed through communication. So expert knowledge doesn't exist as such, but it's constructed on the basis of communication that I achieve, and on that basis I build up my knowledge. It's empirically present in ways that reflect the conditions of human cognition. So we can find it if we know something about how people think and understand. And thirdly, it is expressed in a broad range of forms and formats that are textual in a broad sense and contextually situated. And I want to concentrate on the second part, namely the idea to say that it's good for us to know something about the conditions of human cognition for knowledge to emerge, in order for us to know something about how can I make my text so that it's more likely that I actually achieve understanding on the side of the person I write for. Central in this is the idea of theory of mind. And here there's a direct link between what I say here and what Antonella Soros talked about yesterday, talking about that bilingual children tend to develop earlier and stronger awareness of the fact that other people may have perspectives on the world different from themselves. That's the idea of theory of mind. And that insight, it's central to human understanding, and that's what underlies the theory of mind capacity, which may enable us to read the minds of others. We know that other people think. We suppose that other people think. We suppose that they think like we do. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to understand them. But growing up, we learn that it may be that the other person doesn't think exactly like I do, and that's an important thing, to be able to understand also things that are not that I don't know already, so to speak. So in that way, it comes in. Theory of mind is the ability of a person to impute mental states to self and to others, and to predict behavior on the basis of that. So it's a kind of mind reading, but it's guessing, but it's mind reading through guessing. I suppose that I know what other people think, because that's probably the way it works. And I do that on the basis of meta representations. So I make a representation of what I think are the representations of the world of somebody else. And that guides my construction of meaning of what I hear and what I read in communication. It was thought when it was invented, you can say 40, 50 years ago, it was thought to be that which distinguishes humans from all other animals. It's not. Other animals also have a theory of mind. Every now and then, I have the luck to be able to walk my neighbor's dog, and we go into a fenced area of a wood. And when we reach the gate in the fence, then the dog stops and looks at me. Now, why does it do that? Because the dog knows that I can also see the gate, and the dog knows that I got arms, and the dog doesn't have the arms. And the only way to open the gate is to use the arms. So, but this looking means the dog has a representation of he can see the gate, and I know he can do something that I can't do. That is good for us. So in this meta representation lies exactly the idea of saying I know something about what other people do. It comes out of a developmental, cognitive developmental kind of step that has been found by a lot of different people working with developmental cognition. I rely mainly on Michael Tomasello, who's been working a lot with that, and especially trying to see what are the differences between human cognition and the cognition of primates and other animals, but especially that. And he says we used to have until 60 to 70,000 years ago. Also, humans we used to have kind of a potential of having joint intention. Joint intention means I know that there are other people like me or other animals like me around, and because I assume that they're like me, then we can work together on achieving a goal. We see that when chimpanzees hunt, they can coordinate, and then in that way they can catch smaller animals and eat them after that. The idea with the joint intention is that we know that we're together about it, but still this doesn't create kind of a culture. It doesn't create kind of a we have some knowledge which we all share. It only creates an idea of saying we have a task. This task has to be realized. We can do it best together. And just like with the dog, the dog and I have joint intention. We want to go in, and the dog knows has an idea of saying I can help him. I can help us doing this. In the course of the Homo sapiens development, something happens. Every place I read about it, all the experts say something happens. Nobody knows what it is, but some mishap happened in the brains of early humans that made them pro-social, that made it very important for them to be in groups, to get help from others, and to be together, and to understand each other, and so on and so forth. And from there emerged the concept or the capacity of having collective intention. So it's more than just, I want to achieve this goal. It is the feeling of being just like the others and being together and sharing. We all know the same things. The good thing about that is that you can build new knowledge, and you can share knowledge, and you can perpetuate knowledge. You don't have to get to know everything again every time you start, but we can share things that we know, and it has to do with the fact that we perceive that which we know as being part of that which everybody knows. And we try to adjust our knowledge. We try to find out what is it the others know. What is it we can share. And on that basis, the whole idea of culture emerges. And in that way, you can also say from here emerges also the whole idea of a discipline with specific knowledge that characterizes this discipline and gets it on, so to speak. So it's a characteristic of us as humans that we are pro-social. We want to be like the others, and there's even a rewarding system in our brain that gives us a happiness feeling the moment I have the feeling that somebody else sees me, or we understand each other. It's so good. It's great. Oh yeah, we're together. Not because we achieve something, but because we are together. And this idea of collective intentionality and being part of a collective pushes us towards, we want to be that. We want to find out what is it the others know. I want to find out where are the differences between what I know and what the others know. And we tend to find that of which we think is shared. We tend to find that more important than what we know, because we're part of it. We're part of it, but we're part of something bigger, so to speak, in this in this aspect. I think I'll skip that. So if we sum it up, then we actually have a cognitively wired-in interest in understanding each other, and we get hormonal rewards from having contact, and rewards from making sense. I've told some of you that I was in last autumn. I was 3.5 months in Italy, and I had tried to prepare myself so that I could reach a level of A1, more or less A1 plus maybe, in Italian, and I could definitely feel this thing that every time, didn't always succeed, but every time I succeeded in starting a conversation and being understood and getting understood and understanding somebody else, it was like, oh yeah, right, that's great, cool, because now we are together. So we have this kind of a reward system wired into our system. It's based upon the collective intention, which is rooted in the awareness of there is something objective. There's something that is shared that I have to know and work with. And that allows the sharing of complex views of the world. And so I don't have to invent everything myself. I can rely upon what people have said before. And that also allows us to predict what other people mean with their communicative texts. So if we go back to my initial ideas and questions that I've talked about, then one idea was to say that scientific disciplines and their knowledge are socially constructed due to the needs in a society, and thus knowledge comes up inside the disciplines through the communication, through the academic disciplinary game. Now, who is it who constructs? Humans. Books or AI texts or whatever doesn't construct knowledge. They construct something that can help us perpetuate the knowledge. But the knowledge comes up the moment I construct it. How do I do it? By combining the communicative input I get with the knowledge I have already in order to put myself in the place of somebody else. That's how I get knowledge, by putting myself in the place of somebody who seems to know something that I think would be good to have. Where do we find this knowledge? We find it in the communication and the behavior of individual humans. That's the only place we can go. We can only try and filter it out, get it out of people by observing them and by talking to them. And especially finding out what is it they think is shared. Because we normally have quite a good perception of what is it I know and what is it we know. We're quite good at knowing that, okay, here I deviate because I don't agree with the others. But the other thing is that which everybody knows, so to speak, especially in the field of humans, in the field of disciplines. The academic game is played by individuals. We can only play the game. We can only exchange knowledge between humans. But these are pro-social. So we try to filter out what is it we all know. That what you say is, how does that filter in with what everybody knows? With what I think everybody knows? And it's based on their individually constructed background knowledge, and it's built and applied in social settings, and thus adapted to others and perceived as shared. So I think it's shared because I've talked to other people, and they filter back to. I find out that what they say is close to what I say, so that's what we mean. And I know that it works like that because I've experienced that. So apart from expecting it, I can also test it, so to speak, in these ways. An example of that, because that I know from experience that some of these things may be somewhat abstract to think of. I'll try to push it down then into something more concrete. Now, what we and one example I've been working with as a knowledge communication scholar interested in legal communication and translation is the area of comparative law studies. Now, as you may know, one thing that is very deeply ingrained in the way lawyers work is that they are used to finding law mainly by interpreting statutory texts, and then based on their acquired knowledge of the field, they make an interpretation. So you train as a lawyer to get as much background knowledge as you need, and learn through the work at university how should we interpret these texts, and on that basis you do it, and you try to do it as kind of your interpretation, which is in accordance with that of the others. But lawyers have a clear feeling that they make their interpretation of the text, and it can't be totally different from the others, but it's their interpretation of the text, so to speak. So they're used to relying upon their own understanding of original texts, and especially statutory texts. That's a problem the moment you work with comparative law, because even comparatists don't start learning the law of a foreign country and then start interpreting the text. They try to shortcut. Many of them try to shortcut by finding the statutory texts and then trying to interpret them, so to speak, on the basis either because they know the languages themselves already. But if I want to make a very solid kind of research work, I need to be able to work with more languages than I normally know myself. That means that they have to rely upon translations, because they still want to work in the way that they take the statutory text and make their interpretation of it, and then compare that with their interpretation of other texts. But if they don't know it themselves, they have to rely upon a text that's translated. And in order for the system to work, you need to have an uncontaminated, you need to have an uncontaminated translation. That's exactly the idea. So you have to have a translation of which you think nobody has messed with that. It's just, this is exactly just what was in the original text. Otherwise, you can't do the interpretation yourself. So, but in the light of what we talked about before, it actually means that they want to understand the foreign law text based on their existing knowledge base, and then based on the formulation of the translation of statutory text. So behind that lies an idea which says it is possible to make a translation that shows you all the differences, but without doing any changes. You just have to just give them exactly the uncontaminated text, and then they can interpret it. It's not totally fair to what I say now is not totally fair to people doing comparative law studies, but in some cases it is actually like that, and to me it's very questionable whether that could be possible. I've discussed this a lot with a law scholar, 𝗬𝗢𝗙𝗂𝗧𝗧 from the Netherlands, who wrote a piece in 2014 where he talked about this whole problem about the translations, namely that he says there's a problem in the modern kind of translation we do because translators try to use a so-called receiver-oriented strategy. They translate in knowing who they translate for. And that then runs the risk of hiding information that's relevant for comparison. So he says that it's so he actually has this fear of the translator as a filter that makes it impossible for him to make his translation because maybe the translator has hidden something which he should have. And that the problem is it's greater the greater the cultural differences are. Which I think is definitely true. His let's see that one. Yeah. His way of working with that is then to say it's important that when we do translation, we don't do a receiver-oriented translation. We do a literal translation or a linguistic translation. And as an example, he says if you're in a Dutch statutory text find the word bezit, then you shouldn't translate that into English by the word possession, because possession is a term in English law with all the different meanings and parts of meanings that belong to that. You should instead use the word having. So bezit would then be having and not possession, because with having you tell the reader this is not what you think it is. It's something else. And I think it's a good idea. I think it's a great idea to say let's try and do that. But there are two things about it. If I translate bezit into having, then it's because I know that the English receiver of this will have a problem or will construct a different understanding than the one I want them. So using having instead of possession is a receiver-oriented translation. Because you cannot do translations that are not receiver-oriented. In the same way as you cannot do any kind of communication without it being receiver-oriented. I always target the person I'm talking to. I always try to find out how can we communicate with each other. And if we don't, then it breaks down. So any kind of communication, and therefore also any kind of translation, will have that. He's mixing up, I think, receiver-oriented translation and instrumental translation. Instrumental translation is one where you try to impose your idea on somebody else and reach some kind of a result. But the idea of it being possible to have a context-free literal translation strategy and then make a text that again would make it possible to have context-free understanding, just doesn't fit with the way our mind works. So what it means is that I can make a translation that is receiver-oriented, and where I try, because I know this is going to be used for comparative purposes, I try to at all the places where it's important that the English reader doesn't think it is what he knows. There I make the text in a way that makes it possible for him to see this is not what you think. But the trick is, again, if I translate '𝗿𝗍𝗍 with having, then the receiver doesn't know what the difference is. He only knows it's different. But if he wants to know what the difference is, then he needs to go back and read things that people in the Netherlands talk about, and on that basis find out what is the background knowledge that they have. So in that way, I think it's also important to relieve the translation a little bit from a burden saying the text as such should be able to translate or to transform. Should be able to transport the ideas from one country to another. It just cannot, because the text cannot transmit its background knowledge. It can only transmit the information that makes it possible to build up the background knowledge. So in that way, we need to work with it in a different way. We need to get away from the idea of saying, okay, the text can do this on its own. It can't. Just as an AI translation cannot do it. So AI translation is a good thing to work with as a basis. But if I want to produce knowledge, then I need to do something more. I need to go the extra mile to actually build up the kind of background knowledge that I need to see the differences. And the text can help me see where are the differences and work with that. So if you can say what is relevant here for comparative law is that you must be aware of the fact that you compare the knowledge of two or more legal systems that are held by people in the area. This knowledge is empirically only existent among the people, and you can find it. You can find traces of it in their communication. If I want to be sure that I have the knowledge, then I need to have a broad textual basis to build it up, and in that connection, it's important that I don't think I can just read a translation of the statute and then I'm able to understand what the law in that country is about, because that's not the way it works. So sorry, that's not important. So to sum it up, some legal scholars dream of understanding legal texts as non-interpretive. It's actually not possible. Any understanding is based upon the knowledge in the mind of the receiver existing before the process of understanding. Hence, you can say, if I do a foreignizing or documentary strategy in translation, that is sensible. But it's still necessary for the reader to dive in and see, okay, now I know where the difference is. Let me try and build it up and find these areas by talking to other people, by getting into contact with lawyers, by reading more texts, and in that way try to build up the knowledge. I think I will stop here. I'm way over time. So the whole approach of the whole idea of how to use generative AI and so forth in translation is going to come up in later talks. So thank you very much so far for your cooperation.
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you very much for an engaging talk. With your knowledge, with your communicative approach, you're trying to answer a number of questions or approaching new thinking avenues, really, on both the micro and the meso level. And you already mentioned my interest in multilingual learning and teaching, because this is where I also see an overlap between our interests, and that brings me to, which I consider one of the challenges in multilingual teaching in particular, but also learning, of course. These are is conceptual meaning. And we heard about it from 𝗪𝗪𝗏 yesterday, that there can be confusion that is created. And I'd like to hear more from you about that, if that's possible.
Thank you very much. Yes, you pinpoint the essential and difficult part of this. You can say my thinking about this is actually, and it's part of the reason why I work with it in the way I do, is to try and get rid of the idea of saying that on the basis of a text I can understand foreign concepts. At least on the basis of one text, I can understand foreign concepts, and then rather going into saying that the way I understand something else is by communicating with people, not with texts. So what we always say in connection with comparative law, for example, is exactly to say you should. And what I mean people who have a similar methodological idea, also in the area of comparative law than I have. Get away from the idea of thinking of it as I just have to read the text and interpret it and find it out there, onto seeing it as an anthropological game. So it's a question of trying to find out what the culture looks like, and you can find that out by reading more text, by having a broader basis, and by sitting down with people and talking to them. And I think it's something. I think that also has to do with, or could be a part of the strategies and the thinking that we need in connection with conceptual meaning and how we get it on, to say that the way I learn concepts in my L1, it's through communication. It's through talking to people, reading text and reading more text. And when I've read a text, then I discuss it with somebody else to find out do we see it the same way and things like that. So we build up concepts in communication and in interaction. So what I think is that I think it's enormously important to always think of the building up of new knowledge and of new competences, but especially new kind of declarative knowledge, as something that I do in interaction. And naturally, you cannot always do it in interaction like I speak to the person who knows this, but an interactional element will always be good. And I think one of the things that I know you do also, but the thing we do in teaching is exactly that we let people read and then we talk about it with them afterwards, or we let them speak to each other and try and find out. And I think it's a really, really good idea. And I think we can explain on the basis of how knowledge emerges in the minds of people why it's a good idea. Because it's this, in the interaction I can refine the meaning I have, and I can get a feeling that, okay, I have grasped that which we share. Because there's one thing is we have a clear feeling that whatever I understood is that which everybody else understands in the same way. That's our first impression, our first assumption. It is if I understood it like this, then everybody understands it like that. But we also know that one way of refining it is to speak to people, and in that way find out, okay, if I talk on the basis of what I have understood, and that rings a bell with you, and we can get it on, then I can kind of strengthen my assumption in that way. So I think it's extremely important to keep on finding to keep this idea of saying that conceptual meaning and knowledge is something that emerges in interaction. So we have to have interaction in some way to get it going. Does that make sense?
Thank you very much. In multilingual teaching learning is also this awareness that has to be created of the differences. Yeah. Are there any other questions?
Thank you. Does it work? Yes. Thank you so much for this fascinating talk, which I really think, points to an area of research, that should be developed, right? About, translation as a bilingual, an example of multilingual cognition, how multilingual cognition actually works. And I think, the concept of theory of mind has been explored, particularly in childhood, from a developmental point of view, less so in adults, in adults, what has been explored mostly is how quickly adults actually adapt, to another person's perspective, how quickly they move from their own perspective to another. But I think, your talk goes beyond this. I mean, your talk really points to, translation as an example of adaptability to context, adaptability to another person, and to the receivers of translation. Well, a text by itself, literal translation can't do, but a good translator has the ability to adapt to context. So I really think, we need more research. This would be a very fruitful area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alexander?
Thank you, Jan, very much and I agree that this is very often in translation studies, translation is not treated like that. Even in process-oriented research, that kind of questions are not really asked. I have a question about. It was very interesting. So with that example with having and the Dutch word I cannot remember, Bessie. And the idea by Barge, so that we introduce something different, and then you said correctly, I think quite correctly, so that it is still receiver-oriented. But what we have here, I think, is still, so it's not, maybe before the theory was introduced, we had receiver or not receiver. Now we have, yes, receiver, but we have different degrees and different kinds of receiver-oriented translations. And in this case, I think both make sense. So both what you said and what he said, because what he's saying, like, if you read possession, it will be different kind of knowledge construction, because you need to go through possession and then say, no, it's not that meaning. It's different from if you have having, so then you check your kind of mental file and you see there is no legal content for having, so what is the meaning of that? So it is a different kind of knowledge construction. So I was wondering, is there a kind of idea of having different types of receiver-oriented kind of translation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, I think you're right in saying that that nowadays the moment we perceive translation as communication, I think we also need to take the next step and say that there's no such thing as a non-receiver oriented translation. Just like we always will have to make choices. Actually, it's one of the things that we work with quite a lot. I work with what we call post-editing in my master's course in legal translation. And one thing that we can see there is exactly that one thing that is difficult for the AI to do is to make to take one position and say, okay, I translate in this way, because it's not in the text, it's in the situation, the target situation. So it's difficult for the system to make the choices, which is the reason why I fully agree with what you say about saying that especially legal translation has to be human in the end, but we can be helped by the kind of translation that the machine does. It's just that the machine has a problem in not knowing exactly what is the receiver that we work towards. So in that way, I would say yes, we definitely do have that. And you can say I'm working on developing this idea of knowledge. Legal translation as knowledge communication, and in that, what you said would come in to say what I want to communicate and transmit is knowledge. So I have to find out what is it I know, and as a translator, what is it I understood, and which parts of that are important for this receiver. And in that connection, it's exactly right to say, and we work with it too, to say that if it's not important, if the difference is not important, then I would go for possession, because then the reader gets this in his mind. If it's important because we're talking about the differences, then I would go for having, and thus starting a process of saying, what is this? And then just hope that the comparatist doesn't think, he says having, but I know what it is, it's possession. But I mean, that I cannot guarantee. There's no way I can make a text that hinders the reader in making a wrong choice and going down the wrong alley. But I can try and put him in the direction. And what I meant with these things were also to say that also at the receiver's end, if I want to be part of the academic language game across cultures and languages, then I have to read and work in a way where I'm always aware of the fact that maybe it's different. Maybe the background knowledge is different, and work within that. Yeah. Super.
Thank you very much. We have to stop, but you promised hours of continuous talking, and the coffee break is up, right? Thank you very much for this wonderful talk. Taking your place is okay? Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it has already been announced. We go on at 12 o'clock. Also for the online community, 12 o'clock we go on. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm 𝗬𝗢𝗙𝗚𝗆𝗆𝗃, the Secretary-General of the ECSPM. The first years of my nomadic life were tricky when it came to learning the language of the country I moved to, because there were no dictionaries between Swedish and Icelandic. So I would have to go to the library to have an English dictionary to try to find out what some words meant, because the first thing I did was to buy a newspaper every day and read it from beginning to end and learn Swedish. I had learned English through my father's workplace by listening to people, and Danish, which still was the first foreign language you would learn in school. I have always loved dictionaries. I still do. So I'm also wearing my photographer's hat today. I'm just showing you some of my favorite books. I would like to, this was not planned, I would like to relate a few words to what Jan Engberg said, how important it is that we relate to the people we speak to, or we are communicating with. I have made a habit through my nomadic life to learn a few words in the language of the country I'm visiting, so that I can be polite, I can say hello, and tell them that I don't speak their language. And this always creates good communication, because people are happy to hear that. When I learned to know Bessie and we would be out together in different places, I noticed that she would say, "May I speak English?" So I started to do that too, instead of walking in and saying, "Do you speak English?" or just opening my mouth and speaking English. Because when we say, "Do you speak English?" we might be putting the other person on the spot, because they might feel inferior to me who speaks English. I then noticed that when I said, "May I speak English?" people heard a different question. They heard the question, "Do you speak English?" and they would either answer, "Of course," or they would shrink. So I try to, using the few words that I know, and gesticulate what it is that I'm trying to say. I'm asking them if it's okay that I speak English, because I don't know their language. And this always creates a good atmosphere, without any exception, and smiles, and they think I'm polite, which I try to be, and they meet me in it. They don't back away from this person who doesn't speak their language. So I recommend anyone to try this. Then back to business. 𝗙𝗙𝗚𝗏𝗧, who took part in our roundtable last year, where he highlighted how nationalist monolingual ideologies reshape institutional interpreting, revealing contradictions between discourse and multilingual realities, could not be with us here today, and he could not be with us online either. His presentation today would have centered around eventual filter bubbles in the translanguage in space, discussing machine translation and multilingualism in higher education. For the past 2 years, we at the ECSPM have been looking into the possibilities of establishing a knowledge hub on cross-lingual communication, translation, and interpretation. And Peter has, on both occasions, been suggested by our members at the University in Tilburg to take part in our symposia. And he did so last year when we were in Madrid. And I'm sorry that he could not be with us, and maybe he's following us online. I sent him our best wishes for good and speedy recovery. But 𝗪𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪 from Greece, she was also with us in Madrid last year, where she discussed Greece's public service interpreter register and how nationalist language ideologies justify restrictive migration policies. Today, the title of her presentation is Translation as Global Knowledge Infrastructure from the European Interoperability to Planetary Knowledge Commons. Are you there, Effie?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can I have the access to sharing my presentation, please? May I have access? Thank you very much. Allow me one moment to share my presentation. Can you see it? I hope you can. So, thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts via Zoom. I'm really sorry I cannot join you in person, but there were circumstances that wouldn't allow me to be with you today. I'm with you today online, and I would like to share my argument, which I think is very straightforward but quite demanding. What I will be suggesting today is that translation and interpreting should no longer be treated as auxiliary linguistic services, and I will explain what I mean by auxiliary linguistic services. Instead, they should be understood as strategic infrastructure for the circulation of knowledge, and this my view will tie with what Jan said earlier. In the digital age, we know that knowledge does not travel simply because it exists, because knowledge does not exist by itself, it exists through humans. It travels because there are infrastructures in place, and these infrastructures are technical, institutional, linguistic, and epistemic. And these infrastructures make knowledge movable, discoverable, usable, and trustworthy because all these infrastructures imply the human factor in them. So my claim today will be that multilingual mediation sits inside this infrastructure. Without it, digital sovereignty will remain partial, and open science will remain unevenly open to us. Knowledge circulation will remain structurally asymmetrical. I'm therefore asking us to shift the scale from translation as simple transfer to translation as a condition of possibility for a more just and durable multilingual order. This slide basically introduces the four elements around which my talk will coordinate. The first is that translation and interpreting are strategic because they shape access and they don't limit themselves to mere expression. The second one is that multilingual mediation is what makes digital systems socially usable across institutions and across the various types of publics. The third one is that AI-mediated systems regulate not only an ecology of languages, but also an ecology of knowledge. They manage to reorder concepts, the visibility of the concepts and the legitimacy of these concepts across languages. And the fourth is that all this is inseparable from the larger questions of digital sovereignty, open science, and epistemic justice. So the issue that I think presents before us is not whether multilingualism is desirable. We know it is, because this is very abstract. The issue is what kind of multilingual structures we want to build, for whom we're building, who's building them, what are the standards that we're using to build them, and what are the consequences of these standards for future circulation of knowledge. We often hear that digitalization has moved barriers to circulation, and this is in a way quite true, but not fully true, because in some aspects, digitalization has lowered transmission cost, which is great, but it has not dissolved linguistic inequality. And I will give you some figures so that we will better understand this. We will all agree that English remains structurally dominant across the infrastructures of global scholarly communication. And my speech today in English, and I did it without asking you permission. Gudrun, I apologize. So the infrastructure of global scholarly communication shaping not only what gets published, but also what is indexed, and this is important for us academics, cited, discovered, and then valorized. So according to some recent large-scale evidence, approximately 85.5% of publications indexed in Dimensions in 2023 were in English, while the dominance is even stronger in major indexing databases, reaching over 92% in Scopus and 95% in Web of Science. So citation practices amplify further this asymmetry because nearly 99% of cited references in a recent bibliometric study point to English language sources, including in contexts where local language publishing remains significant. So if I want to publish in Greek, in my own language, I would also have to have elements that are in English so that my research will be indexable. This dominance is institutionally reinforced through metadata and discoverability requirements, and we're talking about obligation to provide English titles, abstracts, Roman script references for non-Roman script languages in major indexing systems, which all of this effectively standardize English as a default language of visibility. And these infrastructural conditions fit directly into our regimes of academic prestige, where citation impact, the journal ranking, the research reputation are disproportionately tied to the Anglophone publication circuits, thereby reproducing systemic inequalities in global knowledge production and circulation. So research may be formally open access, because we consider it is, yet it remains linguistically closed in the interfaces, abstracts, research fields, and repository logics, which remain monolingual, predominantly English. This is why the deeper problem is not the inequality of expression, but the actual inequality of circulation. I may want to express myself in Greek, but if I want to be heard, I will have to circulate it in English. Bennett, Lillis, and Carey demonstrate this clearly, that in the contemporary knowledge economy, that our contemporary knowledge economy privileges those already positioned within the Anglophone norm of publication and visibility. And Bennett stressed that we are under constant, overwhelming pressure to produce our work in English in scholarly publishing. So we use, all of us, English as a lingua franca in the academic domain. Now, I think it's time to reconceptualize translation as strategic infrastructure. And what do I mean by that? I said that earlier that translation is an auxiliary mode. What it means, an auxiliary service mode, or otherwise a downstream service model. And that also applies slightly different in interpreting. What do we mean by the downstream service model? That translation and interpreting as activities come always at the end of a previous process, rather than helping shape it from the start, upstream, from the beginning. Because theoretically speaking, translation and interpreting follows the following path. First, we have the knowledge, the policy, the law, the decision that are produced in one dominant language. Second, we have this content that is produced, that is then stabilized in a way, and it's considered complete or quasi-complete or authoritative. And third, we have the translators and the interpreters that are brought in only afterwards to transfer that finished content to other language users. But this linear process, which is called auxiliary, which renders translators and interpreters auxiliary service providers, is not complete because it does not recognize them as active mediators of meaning, access, and participation. Finally, this model in itself hides the fact that translation and interpreting actually influence how we circulate knowledge, how institutions function because they perceive knowledge in a certain way, and how it is included or excluded from communication. So let me delve a little bit more on translation as infrastructure. If we abandoned the model that I have already suggested, the translation as auxiliary service provision or downstream service model, translation begins to look more closely to what an actual infrastructure is. So translation is not merely what happens after content is produced. It is one of the conditions under which content becomes institutionally usable in the first place. It's what Starr and Rohrler said in 1996, that infrastructure is not a thing in itself, but a relational phenomenon. And this is what translation interpreting does. It creates relations. It becomes infrastructure only if in relation to our organized practices. And infrastructure is fundamentally and always a relation, never a thing, as Starr said later. And he stated that it is fundamentally relational, a fundamentally relational concept, which becoming real infrastructure in relation to organized practices. Let's make it simpler. In other words, infrastructure is not a thing, but a relational arrangement. There are standards that we have, there are data sets, interfaces, institutions, governance, and professional practices. And if we consider translation in infrastructure in these terms, translation fits definitely this, ticks many, many boxes in this, because translation comes to make visible something visible when something fails. When a citizen, for instance, cannot navigate a public portal, when a court hearing is distorted, when a medical instruction is misunderstood, and when an AI system works well in English, but does very poorly somewhere else. In that sense, we should not consider translation and interpretation peripheral to digital systems. They're part of the socio-technical arrangement that makes rights access, discoverability, institutional usability, and of course multilingual AI development possible. So if we bring these two strands, translation and infrastructure, together, the key point is that translation infrastructure is the environment that makes multilingual knowledge usable, shareable, and trustworthy, because translation as infrastructure is a relational phenomenon mediated by people. Leonelli's work also says that data circulation becomes particularly useful, and she shows us that data do not simply move on their own. They only become meaningful when they are curated, annotated, documented, and supported by the very institutions that ensure their reliability and interoperability. Exactly the same applies in multilingual knowledge, whether corpora, metadata, terminology, and repositories do not become usable by default. It's not that because they're there, that they have meaning. They become usable because infrastructures organize them and align them and maintain them, enlarge them, expand them, update them over time. So what I would say here, the takeaways that here it's quite straightforward. Translation infrastructure, not translation as infrastructure, but translation infrastructure is not an optional add-on or a luxury layer. It is part of the core architecture of how public knowledge is produced, circulated, and accessed in a multilingual world. The epistemology of mediation in this infrastructural argument was made years before by the classic theorists in translation studies. because if we really see what they said back at the time when they emphasized the comprehension achieved through translation, that there are interlingual, intersemiotic ways of transferring meaning, and that the rewriting, norms, positioning, and visibility are key elements in translation studies. Then we can, these theories in themselves make the argument of translation as infrastructure way before we had to start thinking of AI. These perspectives all make one point clear, be it from Steiner to Jacobson to Lefebvre and Evenuti to Rie, etc. They all converge into what translation does not simply move content across languages, but translation reorganizes the conditions under which knowledge becomes legible, credible, and searchable, because if it's searchable, then it can be reusable, citable, etc. The question is then not only whether knowledge is translated, but what kind of an epistemic life this knowledge acquires through translation, and once the process of translation is completed. If translation, let us assume that translation is constitutive of knowledge circulation. If we agree on this, then automatic equivalence is no longer enough. We're way past equivalence. And the issue is, because the issue is not merely a semantic transfer, but what translation does to knowledge as it moves through the institutions, which are human run, through the infrastructures, and the relations of power that translation interpret negotiates. Many scholars reinforce these points beyond Ricoeur, Berman, Derrida, and Cassin, but for the purposes of time pressure, I will not delve on them. I would go on with my argument by saying that if I want us to situate language translation within the broader ecology. If we take the ecology of languages seriously, languages cannot be viewed as isolated codes. Languages, we know that they exist within environments structured by institutions, by our media, law, education, migration flows, and of course nowadays technology. Hagen's language ecology remains foundational, if we want to go through this very basic definition, because it conceptualizes language as embedded in the dynamic environment of social, cultural, and institutional relations where languages interact, compete, and evolve, and where the survival of every language, status, and function are shaped by both human agency and structural conditions. Cronin also extends this view, that logic, by showing that translation is part of what he calls linguistic sustainability. And Gooders reminds us that historically that translation movements are not mere transfer events. They are the ecologies of commentary, of lexical innovation through terminology creation, and intellectual transformation. Now, going to interpreting, 𝗪𝗪𝗪 does something quite similar for interpreting by framing and interpreting as a situated institutional mediation. And the consequences of this are crucial or vital, because both translation and interpreting do not simply regulate exchange. They organize the coexistence, meaning and that they do not simply help already separate language, and they do not simply help separate language communities understand one another. They actively structure the terms under which these people, these communities, the institutions, and the knowledge that are coming from these communities and institutions live together and negotiate power within multilingual spaces. Maillard argued, for instance, that translation is at the heart of multilingualism and not external to it. And González Núñez likewise demonstrate that when public spaces involve more than one language, multilingual, spaces, translation serves broader policy aims such as human rights and multiculturalism. So in other words, translation and interpreting help determine whose language is reorganized, whose voice becomes audible and when, how to access, who participates and when, and what is institutional legitimacy and how difference is distributed. They therefore organize coexistence by turning linguistic diversity into governable, negotiable, and socially workable form of shared life, rather than living simply in parallel separation. What does it mean? It means that I think it's a very clear conclusion that translators and interpreters are organizers of coexistence. They do not merely solve communication problems after they occur. They structure the terms on which linguistic communities, institutions, and knowledge systems can remain in relation to one another, and that is a stronger claim than the actual, usual, sometimes persistent discourse, service discourse paradigm that we have been used to have, we're used to having translation. It also means that when multilingual mediation breaks down, what collapses is not really communication itself. It is trust, procedural. It is also trust, the procedural legitimacy, also access to episteme and social coordination that begin fracture at the same time. The European policy landscapes makes this argument unusually visible. If we take very seriously, and we should take very seriously, the new AI Act, the European Open Science Cloud, the European Language Data Space, ELT, e-translation, and all related infrastructures, we see that multilingualism is not ornamental, it is operational. The digital public sphere that cannot function without languages remains, in my view, severely incomplete. The Eurostat discussion and the Eurostat paradigm, if we want to say, is especially useful here because it pushes us to think in layers. We have compute, we have cloud, we have data, we have applications, we have governance, but also we have to have language, a component that is missing from these diagrams, but in the diagram of the stack, but it's very much implied. So, however, because the essence is also in the naming, if multilingual capacity is omitted from this stack, then sovereignty becomes merely technical, and it goes beyond being civic. So translation becomes here in this stack the test case that reveals the limits of a purely computational conception of infrastructure and a purely computational conception of our future. I think we will all agree that AI scales multilingual mediation. Neural machine translation, speech technologies, and LLMs expand speed, expand our reach, and of course provide procedural convenience. But that doesn't mean that scale is equity. High resource languages become semantic and procedural centers because they dominate training data. I'm not an expert in this. Experts have already demonstrated this many times. AI, high resource languages then become semantic and procedural centers because they dominate training data, they dominate benchmark cultures, they dominate coverage and market incentives. Other language may be present, but not often as deeply as English. And this is why multilingual scale can coexist with deep hierarchy. Following Emily Bender in 2021, we should probably resist the assumption that mere inclusion in large-scale models entails meaningful linguistic representation, or even justice. As Bender argues in her critique of large language models, systems trained on vast, uneven web corpora risk producing what she calls stochastic parrots. And what are stochastic parrots? Are systems for haphazardly stitching up together sentences or linguistic forms without any reference to meaning, and therefore inherently shaped by the distributions, exclusions, and biases of the training data, the training models, generating fluent output. And that's the tricky part. They generate fluent output without grounded understanding, while reproducing and amplifying existing biases. There is no grounded understanding because there is no human factor, there is no discussion, there is no exchange of information that would then transform into knowledge. Biases exist, exclusions exist, and asymmetries are embedded in the data. In this sense, apparent multilingual coverage can mask structural inequalities in data quality, representation, and of course, what interests us here, epistemic authority. So, although access and speed are the elements of AI, AI does not simply accelerate multilingualism, it actively reorganizes which languages remain active, visible, and institutionally viable within global knowledge circulation, often reinforcing rather than mitigating existing hierarchies. So, at this point, I would like to move from the language ecology to the knowledge ecology, and I would use certain paradigms. First of all, the Floridi is infosphere. What is the infosphere? It is the total informational environment constituted by all informational entities, processes, relations, and technologies, either online or offline, within which humans, alongside artificial agents, increasingly live, act, and interact. This infosphere is helpful because it reminds us that digital systems shape what becomes findable, retrievable, and actionable. Now, if we add to this Santo's notion of epistemicide, which is the systematic destruction, marginalization, or disqualification of subordinated knowledge systems, especially the non-Western ones, and those who are considered subaltern ways of knowing under dominant, of course, regimes of knowledge, then this helps us name what happens when other knowledge traditions are not open, are censored, and are structurally marginalized. Now, if to all this is what Minolo warns us in modernity, that modernity continues to reproduce coloniality of knowledge. Western epistemologies are normalized, they become universal, while other knowledges are ranked as secondary, local, or inferior. So multilingual access is not enough in itself. A system may provide translation, still compete regional or non-dominant language knowledge to pass through dominant language filters, because this is the only way for this to become globally visible. What appears then as openness may therefore conceal a regime of normalization. And the problem is not only whether knowledge circulates, but in what form this knowledge circulates, under whose conceptual terms, and at what cost to our epistemic plurality. I will now highlight very briefly 6 subterranean risks of AI translation. The first one is semantic flattening, which refers, of course, to the reduction of conceptually dense or culturally layered expressions into more generic, less differentiated forms. The other one is cultural normalization, which occurs when unfamiliar or locally embedded expressions are recast into forms that are more globally recognizable, but conceptually much thinner. The third one is the conceptual misalignment, and I think Young's example earlier highlighted this. The conceptual misalignment is even more serious. It arises when AI imposes false equivalences across distinct legal, administrative, philosophical, or epistemic systems. And this creates asymmetric. Then there is the register displacement, that is the shift of tone, authority, or institutional level in a way that changes pragmatic force. And finally, the asymmetric quality, which refers to the uneven distribution of accuracy and robustness across languages, domains, and modalities. Last but not least, hallucinated coherence, which describes perhaps one of the most dangerous mechanisms of all. The generation of a very fluent, persuasive, and internally coherent output that is nevertheless conceptually wrong. Just because a text sounds authoritative, users may not detect the error. Jan said it earlier, especially in cross-lingual or specialized contexts. So if we take all this together, these 6 mechanisms show that AI does not simply transmit multilingual knowledge. It also reformats, redistributes, and quietly, subtly reorganizes that knowledge under the appearance of a seamless mediation. So, this is why human translators and interpreters remain, in my view, indispensable. The translator may make decisions without absolute certainty that a term or a formulation, a strategy will produce the same value or effect in the target context, but translators discuss, interpreters communicate, and translation, and as such, they become risk managers. Translation, therefore, becomes a process of management risk. They negotiate possible meanings, likely interpretations, cultural expectations, and communicative consequences. And what's being negotiated between humans, in this case, is not simply a language, but the most workable meaning possible under imperfect circumstances and imperfect knowledge. Both concepts help us see why translators and interpreters are indispensable. Human mediators do not simply repair machine output. They are there to preserve conceptual specificity, to flag the non-equivalence when there is no equivalence, to preserve the institutional register, to protect ambiguity when it's necessary, and sustain epistemic plurality. That's why we should treat translators and interpreters as epistemic stewards.
𝗪𝗻𝗄, do you have a long left?
No, I don't have a long left,
okay.
But I will skip the ecology of languages knowledge, and I will go directly to the conclusion, to my conclusion, if that's okay with you.
𝗍𝗏𝗄𝗆.
Να είστε καλά. In the framework that I have here, with the very steps that I haven't had the time to present, the 5 steps that I will share with you on a paper later on, places the European discussion within a broader circulation model. The conceptual ecology with the 5 infrastructural layers that I have here, with the recurrent dynamics and the policy alignment all converge. And what matters is that the circulation of knowledge is not linear dissemination. It's a recursive process in which universities, repositories, AI systems, translators, interpreters, standards, and publics all feed back into one another. So the translation sits at the center of this recursion and interpreting. As an interpreter, I have to insist this. The issue that we're faced here is a coherent system of knowledge communication that translation and interpreting will allow us. because knowledge does not move in a straight line from center to periphery, the model that I propose here reflects a hierarchical order where we move from the hierarchical order to a relational model of circulation, where translation and interpret are the conditions that keep knowledge worlds in contact without reducing them to the sameness. So, in a true knowledge commons, knowledge commons is not just about access, but about mutual intelligibility, contestation, of course, of certain things, and reuse across difference. So, the question is no longer whether translation accompanies knowledge circulation. The question is whether a truly planetary commons can exist without it. Thank you very much.
𝗙𝗿𝗏𝗆𝗆, thank you so much for being here. I understand that you do not have time for questions.
I will try and push it as much as possible. I will stay with you when I won't be able to stay any longer. I will let you know.
Okay, thank you. I forgot to mention that Effie is presently an associate lecturer at the Department of English at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, course director at the York University, and a professional translator-interpreter. Are there questions in the chat for Effie? No? Okay. I would also like to mention that both last year's roundtable, this morning session, our present symposium, and the follow-up academic forum in Strasbourg in early June this year reflects our efforts to create a knowledge hub of translation and interpretation. It's a pleasure to introduce next Alexander Trikla, which I don't pronounce correctly, I'm sure. He is Associate Professor at the Institute of Translation, studied at the University of Innsbruck, and his university or their department is one of our most recent members. He has a past at the University of Vienna, Exeter, and Birmingham. The title of his presentation is From Translation Tool to Epistemic Technology, Generative AI and the Changing Nature of Knowledge Translation Across Languages. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much, Gudrun, for your introduction. Just before I start, how much time do I have? So, do I... Oh, okay. Okay, I will try maybe to speak a little bit less so that we have time for questions maybe. Yeah, so, yeah, okay. See, yeah, so thank you very much. Also, I'm very happy to be here. So you can see my slides. I have also created additional slides, and I think I will be able to show them as well. So, so thank you very much for inviting me to be here, and I'm very happy that our university, that Ulrike and me are participating here in this network. And okay, so I will start with my presentation. I think because we have already heard about what I was going to start with was about translation as a kind of knowledge, and we heard about that in the previous two talks, so I will maybe keep that part short, and so that I can explain some examples and then talk about some of the major points of my talk. Before I start, so thank you, Gudrun, for introducing me. So I've done my PhD in Birmingham. It was in corpus linguistics, so it was empirical linguistics. And then I worked on a ERC project with a lawyer, 𝗪𝗙𝗪𝗆𝗪, it was a project on the language and law, translation of EU case law. And after that, I moved to Innsbruck, where I wrote my habilitation, which is not empirically based. It is about translation as a cognitive capacity, something alongside what we have as a basic capacity, linguistic capacity. So in that my book, I'm arguing that translation is also basic capacity that we have. We heard, I've noted down a lot of things that I want to mention here before, and there are a lot of overlapping. So like David Lindemann said that bilingualism and translation, they are kind of it's a language in use, so it is very important so that we have that dynamic view. Bessie said that translation is about translating ideas and knowledge. Effie also talked about that. Jan also talked a lot about that. I will, so how it works, so. It should be the first slide. I don't know what happened. This is the second PowerPoint presentation, so I need the first one first. Yeah, sorry. That's the part with examples. So, but I thought I should first basically talk about some theoretical bits. So, as I said, so we talked already about translation as something which is enabling global circulation of knowledge. So students are using translation, teachers are using translation. I have recently started teaching a course on AI and machine learning at a European Joint Master in Digital Society, Social Innovation, Global Citizenship, and we have 3 universities there. And we have students from various backgrounds in social science and humanities and various languages. So not only Italian, Czech and German, but also students from other countries like from Asian and African countries. And there I noticed how much they use also the translation and other kinds of Gen AI technology. So we've been using, and as it was also presented today, in various areas. So Gen AI has been embedded in digital workflows, in publishing, in teaching, in research. And the point is, so what is it doing to the way how we communicate, what we produce about the knowledge, and what is the impact that it might have? I would like to, so I will not be talking about the translation as epistemic, as a knowledge transfer, because we already talked about that, but I would like to say a few words about translation, Gen AI technology as epistemic technology. There is that idea that's coming from philosophy of technology. There's an idea that we have cognitive enhancers. So when, for example, scientists do research, they use microscopes. So this is like they enable us they enhance our abilities to observe certain phenomena. But those tools enhance our abilities, but they do not produce new knowledge. So it is the humans who produce new knowledge. And there is the idea from philosophy of technology that AI tools are actually producing knowledge. And this is what is actually happening. So when we think about texts which are being summarized, which are being generated by chatbots, that's the production of knowledge. Of course, it is the humans who are reading the knowledge, so what Jan was talking about. But when we look at what is being produced by those tools, they are symbolic representations. And whenever you have symbolic representations of something, that's kind of a knowledge. Yeah. And they do other kinds of things. So they generate linguistic representations. They perform epistemic operations such as prediction, etc. So they're used for that purposes. And I'm arguing that also Gen AI translation technology is used also for that purpose. So we use translation to transfer knowledge, and then when we use Gen AI technologies, then we use them also for the purpose of transferring knowledge produced by Gen AI. So it means that we use Gen AI as epistemic technology. Now, there is a kind of an epistemic gap. When we look at translations and translators' role, Effie was talking also about, so translators will remain important. We heard also before that translators at the EU play an important role. But the question is, so what is the role of translators? So, like, when we just look at the role of translators who are involved in translation tasks and the translation workflow, then we have various stages, and if we just look at the revision stage, so there is somebody who's done translation, and then another person or the same person might revise the translation. That's different from what's happening when we have post-editing. In post-editing, it's again the translator is still a human person, but that role of that person is different from the role of a human translator who is revising a human-produced translation, because in the first case, the translator can always ask the first translator to explain reasoning behind certain use of certain expressions, terminology, etc. When we post-edit Gen AI generated text, we cannot do that. I mean, Gen AI can simulate explanations, but they cannot really explain how and why certain terms were used. So it means that the role of a translator as a post-editor is different from the role of a translator as a person who is revising the human-produced text. So again, there is in the philosophy of technology, there is that idea of repair. When we talk about, especially media, like talking about AI tools, there's something which is always successful, so they're producing something which works well. There are a few things that you need to adapt or to change, but it works well. And there is that idea in the philosophy of technology that tools and that technology actually produce something that needs to be repaired. And post-editors are doing, in that sense, kind of a repairment work. So they are not just adjusting the text, they're repairing the text that was produced by machines. So, I mean, we are all familiar with that kind of things that we do also in our everyday lives, so that we repair something whenever we work with technologies can stop working on something that might get wrong, and it's happening all the time when we use Gen AI technologies. It's just that very often, I mean most of the time, the tools that we've been using have not been often tested. So we are just or they've been tested, but not for the purposes like, are they acceptable or are they appropriate for certain tasks, but do they work well or not in general? And then we use them for like chatbots, and then we all of a sudden see, okay, actually that works not that well, etc. So the technology any kind of technology is necessarily related to crashes and to the repairment, and we need to review technology in that sense, translation and Gen AI technology, to see it in a view of something which is not producing perfect outputs only, sometimes maybe yes, but something that needs to be repaired, and in that sense, post-editing is a work of repairment. So what is then the role of post-editors, of new translators or language professionals who are using outputs by AI tools, technology? If this is a kind of epistemic technology, then translators are epistemic mediators, because they mediate between machine-produced outputs and human interpretation. So, and this is their kind of a new role. The role that they didn't have before. Even using CAT tools is not putting them in that role. So what we need, so in my talk I want to show one example. So because the question is, okay, if this is the case, what can we do? As I said at the beginning, so at the university level, so we have been using those tools, and we are educating translators. So what should they then learn? So what is it that what kind of skills do they need? Because it's obviously, if we say they are epistemic mediators, and that's a new role, then we need to teach them how to do the new kind of role, how to be able to perform that kind of new job. So I have prepared a few slides which are coming from my class, which is about using large language models. So I have a few students, I must say, so it's not a lot of students in that group, and we are then trying to use large language models and to understand what's going on. So it is not just, okay, it works well, I have a feeling it's okay, but I cannot explain why. So the idea is to have something like explainable knowledge about how those AI, large language models, how they work. So now I would need the second set of slides, so to show what we were doing. So basically, at the beginning, I'm just showing what we were doing, what we have done in in a few sessions. The idea was, okay, what is fine-tuning? Fine-tuning is in general, so if you have a large language model and then you apply it to translation and then it doesn't work, then you feed your large language model with additional data, and then you check whether the translation output is better. And then the idea is, okay, students should know what is fine-tuning about. It's not just enough to ask ChatGPT or Wikipedia what is fine-tuning. They should really have real experience of how it works. So what we've done, we used the opinions by the European central banks, and then it was a test just for translation between German English and French English. And we compared several large language models. And the idea was, okay, what is it? What is fine-tuning, and how does it work? And what we've done here, so I'm just showing the slides that I'm using in that course. So they are slightly changed, but we prepared the data, and we said, okay, we have so many sentences for English and German and French and English. And then I explain, okay, why we need so many sentences for training set and why we need so many sentences for validation set. Okay, this is something which, like translators and students of translation, they do not come with that knowledge. So they, at the beginning, they're like surprised, why should I learn about that at all? So it's a lot of work for them. It's a lot of work for me as well. So to explain them the entire process, but then I explain, okay, why is that data used? So I'll just briefly now here explain that. So I say we have a training set. So when we do fine tuning, so we have pairs of sentences, and it can be like we have sentences in English, sentences in German. And what is going on during the training process? So we have those German translations are translations by humans. So what is going on is that in training that phase, so the model is is translating the text, and then comparing the output with the human translation, and then it's comparing the kind of differences or the loss. And then we have 5,000 validation sentences which are not in that first set, so they are used so that we can check our final fine-tuned model, so better improved model, so to see whether it's just memorizing the data, or is it really translating the new data. So that's kind of a new data there. And why we need that, I explained it. So, and I explained it in more detail in the classroom. And then how we do that. It was already, Mr. Ellinides already mentioned, so that European Union is supporting universities, so through those high-performance computing machines. We in Innsbruck are lucky to have access to such a supercomputer. and they're mainly used by hard scientists. So I think I'm the only person in humanities who is using that. But they showed understanding. They said, okay, well, let's see. So you can use it here. And I'm using it also not only for research, but also in teaching. And it's, again, students who come to the classes, they do not have any scripting knowledge, so they cannot write Python scripts on anything. But I create the data for them in something called Jupyter Notebook, and then I allow them just to run the scripts, and then they see what's going on. So they don't need even that kind of knowledge. I explain what's going on, but they need experience of seeing, okay, how it actually works, more than just seeing ChatGPT or machine translation input, output. So we have that, it's called Leo5 cluster, so it's a supercomputer, and it's showing like how fast it works. So if you have something like 266 sentences are processed per second. So it means that, and it's also in translation like that. So those tools, if you have computational power, and if you have large language models that are which are appropriate for that kind of jobs, then it can process like 100,000 sentences in 18 minutes. So it's like, it's translating. We had before, I think it was said like 400,000 sentences have been added every day in the European Commission database, so in terms of translation. So, I mean, theoretically, if you use AI, then you can do it quickly. But does it work? So then we explore, when you do that kind of fine-tuning, it's possible to write something like a script that shows you the protocol. So what's going on? So how is fine-tuning taking place? So we can really explain what's going on there. So, and we can see that initial phase, so we have like the model is performing not really good. So if we have something like the grade between 1 and 5, the grade at the beginning is 5. So it means that the model is translating the sentence, and it's then comparing the sentence to the German human translated sentence, and it says, okay, and the difference is very serious. This is why I need to train the data again and again. And then we have that middle phase where we see there is some kind of stabilization, and then at the end we have something like a final phase when the model is not improving at all. And we say, okay, that's the end of the fine-tuning. And then students then learn, okay, this is how fine-tuning works. So what is actually going on there? And then we've done that with different models. So there are various large language models. So I will skip this one. I have it. Do I have it here? Okay. I will just show the models. No, it's not here. So we had a look at 4 models, yes. So we had a look at the model which is a small large language model which is called Marian Opus MT, and a Facebook-based model. And then which is a very, very big large language model. The difference is that Marian Opus MT model contains a lot of administrative text and also text from produced by European Central Bank. So it means it is far more, it's very small in comparison to the Facebook model. But we then compared, okay, how well it works in comparison to that Facebook model, and why. And what we've done, we compared, we fine-tuned both models, and then observed what's going on there. And then you see, then the students can observe, okay, is it always good if I fine-tune a model, or is it improving at all? Our analysis then shows, and then students can then describe it, and their task is then to write some kind of a report. Okay, what's going on? Marian Opus machine translation baseline, it is non-fine-tuned, so it is direct model. is already very close to human translation. So it means that, for example, lexical choices are well, the text structure is well, terminology is well, so it's already very well. Okay, what happens if we fine-tune it? Fine-tune it means we feed it with the additional data. Fine-tuning does not improve at all lexical alignment there. It is actually changing, and it is creating an output which is not better, it is worse than the original output. So then the students can learn, okay, fine-tuning is not always positive. And then we go through the analysis where we do here automatic analysis and corpus linguistic analysis to explore, okay, what's going on there at the terminological level, for example, at the discourse level, so that they can really see what are the changes. And then Facebook model, so it is far from human translation, so it is not very well translating. But then after fine-tuning, it is better, but it's still not great. So it is still beyond the both fine-tuned Marian-MT model and non-fine-tuned Marian model. So because it's introducing new lexical items which are not from the EU terminology, it is changing the text structure, and the students can observe that. And then from that, the students then can learn how it actually works, and they can then see, like, okay, fine-tuning is not always great, so it depends on the models. I can also understand what is happening if I fine-tune different models, so at what levels we can see differences, and what's happening if I use like large language models, such as in this case Facebook or the one used by other chatbots, and then they learn what is fine-tuning in general, so in this course. So I would like now to switch to the original presentation, just 5 minutes. I don't need more than that, yeah. So just to discuss the general kind of points. So I was here. Okay, it is slow. Okay, technology. Okay, so my point is that from my experience also working on the reform of curricula at my university, the university, and as I said before, is responding very slow to those changes. And it's not the question whether we like or not technologies, but students should be able, and it should be, it's our task also, to give them opportunities that they can learn how this new technology is working, how it can be used, and what's going on when they use that kind of technology, because they won't be employable if when they have that kind of knowledge, or if they don't at all have any experience with that. Even introducing CAT tools at some universities has been a kind of a huge created a huge stress, and then talking and introducing classes where the students can really experiment with the data. Sometimes it's very stressful for both those who want to do that and for the students who are supposed to learn that. So what they need is literacy, so digital literacy in general, yeah, but they need also to understand what's going on in their area. So how those tools work, so they need to understand, so what is training data, what is validation data, and how it works. In my view, the best thing to do that is to learn through experiments. And if the university has access to, as such as we have, to those high-performance computers, then yes, so why not to use it? It's possible even if we don't have access, because it's possible to create smaller data sets, etc. But I think in this way, then students can understand how it works, and we can then move really towards human-controlled Gen AI ecosystems, because they know what's their role. okay, I'm repairing the work done by the machine, and I know what the machine can do and where the machine is making mistakes, or we cannot call it differently. Nowadays, those mistakes are, maybe you have heard about that, so those big AI companies are talking about a taste. So the taste is the next big topic. So when you have variation produced by AI, it's like, okay, you have different opportunities. But anyway, so students should learn, okay, what is that kind of variation which is introduced through the technology? What does that exactly mean? Yeah. And their role will be there, but their role will change, and we know we need to define that role, and we need to explore in more details also that role. Okay, so I will stop here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Does this fine-tuning ever end?
Yes, yeah. I mean, because the process is, at one point, it is not improving, and then it is stopping there. So in my case, it was after 18 minutes. So it does, yeah.
Just my question.
Yeah.
Anyone else have a question? Yep.
So thank you very much for your very interesting talk, if I may say. I've got actually several questions, but my first question, I don't have to ask the other ones, but my first question is, at the beginning of your talk you said that post-editing was different when it's done for an AI text and for a human text. I mean, one might think post-editing is post-editing. In what way is it different for a text that was created by AI?
There is some kind of debate in the translation studies related to technology studies about what is post-editing, what is the difference between revision and post-editing. And this is a kind of a general conclusion, is that we cannot call it just revision, because revision is the work we do when we revise a human created text, because I can talk to the translator and ask why you've made those decisions. And it's usually in a team of translators, or maybe I'm myself a translator, so I know why I've done that. And in the case of AI, we don't know that.
If I may ask, add one more point. And this doesn't have to be about translation, it can be very general. When you ask AI, so you give AI 2 sentences, or 2 paragraphs or whatever, and then you say, well, which one is the better one? Which one would you choose? Then AI gives you an example. Then you ask, but why would you choose that? Yeah. In this case, you would get an answer. Why wouldn't this work for translations?
It would, but it's a simulation of a real answer. It's calculating actually, so the possibilities of different combination of words. But it is not an answer which is based on a human-like way of producing knowledge. So it is more, if you ever use ChatGPT, then it has that option, thinking. But it's not thinking, it's called thinking, but it's actually processing the information that we entered, and it needs more time. It needs more time to process it. It's called that way. And that explanation is not really an explanation, it's just simulating human-like explanation. So in that sense, it's not reliable. If I ask it 3 times, might have 3 different answers here. It's good to have a look, if you ever have the chance to heard about, there used to be, in the 1960s, there were some so-called expert systems, and one of them was called the Lisa chatbot. If you try to run it, it's like a chatbot, but it's just based on a different different algorithm, and there you see clearly how those tools work. Of course, large language models, it's a different technology, but the idea is the same. We should not forget that it's not really understanding the language, so it's not producing explanation, it's just generating text.
Thank you very much. Just one point. or piece of information. I myself can't see the participants in Zoom here. If Effie is still there, we might also want to include her, but I don't know if she's still there. A last point, sorry for that, and then I pass on the microphone. I won't take it back to protect myself from asking more questions. How did you measure the quality of translations in your class or in another way?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I just showed so briefly there are kind of automatic matrices that could be used, so you can measure it using them. And what we are doing also, because we do not ask other translators, we don't have enough time for that. We use corpus linguistics. So we, for example, compare collocation frameworks in the human translated and machine generated text. So, and look at the differences, yeah. Corpus linguistic methods, yeah.
Thank you very much. That was that was really interesting, and it fits perfectly. All three presentations, I think, fit quite well to each other. Maybe a comment and a question. I think what you ended up with is very relevant, and I would like to just emphasize that, to say that what we do as translators is, or what translators do, is to work as epistemic mediators. And I think one of the good things I can feel when I work with my students in these ways is exactly that we can now, more than we could earlier, we can focus upon the understanding through language. So that which is actually what humans can do, what they're good at, we can go in there, rather than you can say more sort of formal orientations like I can make the text or the sentence be grammatically correct. And I mean, I would never go so far to say that we don't have to do that. But I can see there's an advantage in working with humans and with my students, in that there is they can actually focus on something which they find intellectually challenging to work with that more than the other one. But maybe apart from that, I would like to hear your comments on that naturally. But my question would go towards what you ended up saying before, that the machine doesn't think because it doesn't understand what's going on. Could we maybe then on that basis also say that it doesn't produce knowledge, but it produces kind of of the basis for producing knowledge afterwards? Because the reason why I think it could be relevant is that if we could make it visible to people using this thing, that it doesn't produce knowledge, but they are the ones who do it. So they have to be critical about what's going on. Whereas if we talk about it as if it would make knowledge, then why bother to be critical about it? I don't know what you say with that.
Thank you very much for that. So I will just respond to the second question, because of time. Actually, so I was following that idea from philosophy of translation, of technology, so that this is a kind of epistemic technology. But after hearing your talk, and also now you're asking that question, I'm kind of revising that view, and actually, I'm going to revise a paper that I submitted to that topic, and I will exactly. So I was just thinking, I need to actually to revise that that view, that it is epistemic technology, because what is it producing? Is it really the knowledge? If we understand it like okay, it is a piece of information, then it's a knowledge. But if we understand knowledge as you was framing it today, then it's not knowledge. So the knowledge is what humans then do. Like, it is not language as long as we do not read it or write it or whatever. So in that sense, so I'm grateful for your talk and for your question, because as I said, so when I'm going to revise the paper, I'm going to touch upon that. Yeah, thanks.
As for the person who wanted to ask Effie a question, maybe you could send it to me at gudrun@ecspm.org, and I will get it to Effie, and I'm sure she would love to answer. Any more questions from the public?
to ask Alexander, rather to comment, this idea of a translator being an epistemic mediator, I like this idea and would carry it even further to a co-constructor of new knowledge when someone is involved in translating concepts and theoretical ideas into another language, and these have not existed before.
Yeah.
So through linguistic choices, because language also creates reality and knowledge and so on and so forth, there's a construction of new knowledge that is occurring. And then carrying also to what Jan said before, that knowledge may not be translated or understood in the same way. So there's interesting dialogue going on. And again, I'm thinking various times in social sciences and humanities where a big theorist, I mentioned Habermas yesterday, or I'm thinking of Foucault, for example. Continental readings of Foucault are totally different from the anglicized readings and so on and so forth. So it's creating actually parallel knowledge and construction of knowledge that is occurring. So it's interesting processes. Thank you.
Yeah.
I like this idea very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I can only highlight, and I think that it is about that. I mean, in legal area as well, so constructing concepts, and there's actually a huge dictionary called the Dictionary of Untranslatables, and this is about non-translatable philosophical terms, which is about knowledge which is being created in parallel across different philosophies. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Are we ready to go to lunch?
Probably.
Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
You.
Dear online community, we are going on at 2:30, so in 1 hour, 5 minutes. Thank you very much. See you later. Ladies and gentlemen, 2:30, we are going on. Enjoy the, not rest of the symposium, that sounds so negative, enjoy the afternoon. Thank you.
Well, I hope everyone has had a very nice break and is full of energy to begin this afternoon session, which will be very, very interesting if we look at the program. It's my pleasure to introduce the next three presenters. Two will be presenting. Two of the presenters will be presenting their work. And when Sylvia, who you just briefly saw, will be presenting online. So the presenters are from the University of Hamburg, and the work they're presenting is within the Literacy and Diversity Settings Research Center, which explores how international perspectives can enrich research and teaching in increasingly diverse educational contexts. And we can say that the overarching aim of LIDS is to identify the educationally relevant consequences of linguistic diversity, and therefore to develop fundamental insights into education in the 21st century, and to provide a scientifically sound basis for shaping educational practice. So I'll begin with the first presenter, who's Dr. Sarah McMonagle. We just talked about pronouncing her name correctly. Sarah McMonagle is a research associate and coordinator of the Faculty Research Center Literacy and Diversity Settings, LIDS, and the Alexander von Humboldt Research Project, Language Diversity and Social Participation Across the Lifespan, University of Hamburg's Faculty of Education. Her work focuses on multilingualism, language policy, minority languages, and digital communication practices. She has also been involved in several European and international research projects. She will be presenting a research project led by Professor 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪. And 𝗙𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 is a professor of teaching and learning at the University of Hamburg and also a leading figure in the Literacy and Diversity Settings Research Center. Her work focuses on various aspects of study success with a special focus on the fit between student and university. She has been involved in a range of institutional and international research initiatives on higher education. And finally, Professor Sylvia Mello-Pfeiffer. She's a full professor of Romance language education at the University of Hamburg. I'm sorry about that. That was just for a little. Can't help myself. Her research focuses on multilingual language teacher education, multilingualism, and multilinguality, with particular attention to learning through arts-based approaches. She has coordinated and contributed to several European research projects addressing linguistic diversity, social engagement, and innovative approaches to language education, and has published widely in international journals and edited volumes in these areas. So this talk will present two studies which investigate the broader question of how sustainable language education can succeed in context of diversity. And the two presenters will go into more detail about the specific questions the studies investigated in two higher education contexts. So I welcome Sarah to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Letitia. That was a great introduction. I can skip the first paragraph of my presentation. Thank you for that. So today I want to talk about our research center at the University of Hamburg. We're based at the Faculty of Education, and we're known as LIDS, which stands for Literacy and Diversity Settings. And in the context of this symposium, we're going to spotlight a couple of things from LIDS activities to show how we integrate international approaches in research and teaching at the university. So how we're going to do that? I'm going to give you a very brief introduction to the actual research centre, and then we decided to spotlight two key areas, the first one being research on international students, and the second on teacher training at the University of Hamburg. As I've said, we're an education faculty. Our bread and butter is mainly in teacher training and teacher professionalisation. So how LIDS all began? Well, for several decades now at the University of Hamburg, there has been significant research on multilingualism and language education. In 2021, LIDS was established as a means of pooling all of this expertise in a single centre or infrastructure. So it was a case of the University of Hamburg or our faculty looking at who are all the experts in our faculty. Let's bring them together and also through strategic appointments create a single infrastructure in which colleagues can exchange and cooperate to make our research, I suppose, more sustainable and sellable to publics outside of the university. Since 2021, we have a lot of individual research projects happening within LIDS, but we also have established several interdisciplinary across the university and international links with some of our strategic partners and beyond. Of course, it is no easy task to take various experts from different departments within a single faculty. To bring them all together under one umbrella was quite a challenge, but we have managed to settle on our key research question, which is how can sustainable language education succeed in the context of diversity? Of course, there is no one way to respond to this question, and so we've identified 3 strands in which LIDS is organised. Strand 1 is literacy across the life trajectory, where we focus on language education in the context of diversity. Strand 2, literacy, multilingualism and multimodality, where we focus on the conditions for the positive development of multilingual and multimodal potential and skills. And our third strand is language learning in subject-specific education, where we focus on language as a prerequisite for learning, as a learning resource, and as a learning objective. Of course, all of these strands intersect and overlap in various ways. They're not so neatly siloed from one another. On your right, you can see just a group photograph that was from our last research centre meeting in January. And the person standing on your far left, that's Professor 𝗬𝗙𝗾𝗆, Humboldt Professor for Language Diversity and Participation Across the Lifespan. She is the speaker of the LIDS Research Centre. Of course, higher education research in the 21st century must also have strategic goals. And we outline ours as such. First and foremost, support for emerging researchers or early career researchers. Almost half of the membership of LIDS is made up of PhD students and postdocs. We spotlight their activities through regular events. We offer mentoring, etc. Internationalisation, of course, I don't need to explain in the context of the symposium what that is, and I'm actually going to come back to it in a later slide. Transfer, so that we communicate our work and our findings across the university, as well as outside of the university with key stakeholders. And infrastructure, for example, that we can share measurement instruments, data sets, etc., so no wheels have to be reinvented when embarking on new research projects. On the point of internationalisation in LIDS, I would say that the jewel in our international crown was our Next Generation Literacies International Network. We established this network with partners at Fudan University in Shanghai and Macquarie University in Sydney. Both Fudan and Macquarie are strategic partners of the University of Hamburg, and so all 3 universities offer explicit support for trilateral cooperation. Luckily for us, both Fudan and Macquarie also have very strong research units on language and multilingualism. The Next Generation Literacies Network wasn't only made up of members from these 3 universities. We had members from, we had about 75 members, I think, from universities all around the world, and I know some of the members are also here today. When our funding ceased in 2024, we had to find a new home because we had established so much cooperation through Next Generation Literacies. We didn't just want it all to end, we had to find a new home, and so we applied to the World Education Research Association, or WERA, to establish an international research network. Our members were successful in that application, and the International Research Network, titled Literacy in Multilingual Contexts, has been running since last year. It's still in many ways still getting off its feet. You can check us out online, and we are open to membership, where it's divided into different working groups. Something for everyone there. Other ways that we internationalize in Liz, we have an associated membership. You can also find information on that on our website, and numerous other collaborations, be it through, such as the ECSPM. For example, we're proud members of ECSPM. We have joint PhDs with our partner universities, etc. That was really and truly LIDS in the tiniest nutshell that I could present it in. So now I want to move on to spotlighting some of the LIDS research on internationalization. I have the rather unenviable task today of presenting research that is not my own, so I would please ask for your understanding on that. The research that I want to talk about today is conducted by my colleagues, Professor 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 and her PhD student, 𝗬𝗎𝗪𝗪𝗪. And this research concerns international students in Germany and the role of language for their sense of belonging. And here I have to thank Aisling and Monte yesterday for giving us a good lead-in on the topic of sense of belonging. Some background to Kārla and 𝗬𝗎𝗪's research. In 2024-2025, around 400,000 international students were enrolled in institutions of higher education in Germany. However, those same institutions experience high dropout rates of international students, and we see it's especially high for bachelor students. So Kārla and 𝗬𝗎𝗪 have been looking at the concept of sense of belonging through student interactions to hopefully give us more insight into this phenomenon. They currently have 3 studies on the go. All 3 are almost to completion, and I'm going to try to summarize them in the next few minutes. Study number 1 is firstly and sensibly a systematic review of the extant findings. Study number 2 is a reanalysis of a large data set collected on international students in Germany. And the third study is a qualitative study with Chinese students in Germany. When I agreed with Kārla that I would be happy to present her research today, and then she sent me 3 studies to summarize. I'm thinking when I go into work on Monday, she's going to award me Colleague of the Month, if not Colleague of the Year, because this really is quite something to do. Anyway, let's go. Study number 1, the systematic review. So what we know already is social interactions, especially those with host national students, influence international students' sense of belonging. However, international students often struggle to interact with host national students. The aim of this review was therefore to synthesize evidence on factors influencing international students' social interactions with host nationals. And how that was done was by conducting a systematic review using person-environment fit as analytical framework. This is also known as the PE fit. In higher education contexts, it means positive outcomes can be understood not only as the product of either the individual or the environment alone, but their alignment together. From research already conducted, and 49 studies were included in the systematic review, 3 personal, 6 environmental, and 3 PE fit factors were identified for social interactions between international and host students. If we extrapolate the role of language, it actually fits into all 3 of these dimensions. Firstly, in terms of the personal, students' language proficiency shapes confidence and willingness to initiate interactions. In terms of the environment, the institutional language environment enables or constrains interaction opportunities. And then third, on the PE fit, interaction is considered smoother when students' language resources match host communication norms. Moving on to study 2. 𝗪𝗏 and 𝗪𝗻 used the SESABA study. This is a German acronym. It stands for Success and Withdrawal of International Students in Germany, conducted between 2017 and 2021. It was a survey of around 4,500 international students at 125 higher education institutions in Germany. This was a really large survey where all kinds of data was collected concerning various factors, from the personal to the institutional to the legal to the political. Staying with the role of interaction for sense of belonging, 𝗪𝗏 and 𝗪𝗻 focus here just on personality traits and what they mean for the sense of belonging in social interactions. Personality traits are defined in terms of the big 5: openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, neuroticism. And then the further key concepts in their analysis are operationalized as social interactions refers to contact frequency with either host nationals, with one's co-nationals, or with other internationals. And then sense of belonging was operationalized through the question which was posed in the SESABA study: how do you feel about your higher education institution? And respondents could choose: I feel a sense of belonging to my higher education, I'm glad to be at my university, I see myself as part of my university. 𝗪𝗏 and 𝗪𝗻 ask, do personality traits predict a sense of belonging, either directly or indirectly? Do these types of interactions, do they predict different types of interactions? And thirdly, do effects of interaction types on belonging differ across the various groups, whether co-nationals or host nationals, and so forth? From their reanalysis of the SESABA study, the key findings are openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, and agreeableness make students feel they belong more at university even without considering social interactions. The strongest pathway is interactions with host national students because they are often more uncertain and unpredictable due to language and cultural rules, so personality is more influential. Extroversion is the strongest predictor of interactions with all groups, and it boosts belonging mainly through more interactions with host nationals. And then co-national and other international interactions show smaller or inconsistent links to belonging. So keeping all that in mind, of the reanalysis, the systematic review, 𝗪𝗏 and 𝗪𝗻 have now embarked on a more focused qualitative study, the third study of this presentation on international students' sense of belonging in Germany, in which Chinese university students are being interviewed to gauge their perceptions of German students' communication patterns and whether that might impact their sense of belonging. So, a little background. We know that Chinese students are the largest cohort of international students in Germany. And why they focused on their perception of German students' communication. We know that when communication with host nationals is experienced as meaningful and supportive, international students are more likely to develop a strong sense of belonging. However, thus far, in this area, the research focus has largely been on the language deficits of international students. with more recently a call for attention to how international students perceive intercultural communication and how they interpret that communication with their host nationals. So the research questions here are: how do Chinese international students perceive host nationals' communicative behaviours in German universities? And how do perceived host communicative behaviours develop and shape Chinese students' sense of belonging? They use communication accommodation theory for their analytical framework. This emphasises how interaction partners perceive one another in communication and how they evaluate one another's communication. And as mentioned, they are doing that through semi-structured interviews with Chinese students. The study is still ongoing. They expect findings by the end of the year, but they can tell me that the expected contributions are a shift from a focus on deficits to perception-centred accounts of how belonging develops through micro-level communicative experiences. And they also hope to add context-specific insight into multilingual, non-English speaking settings in which language choice can signal inclusion versus distance and not only comprehension support. To summarise the role of language in these three rather different studies, but which I think build nicely to a whole, international students' sense of belonging is shaped through their everyday social interactions, especially those with host national students. Within these encounters, language functions as a crucial condition across the personal, the environmental, and the PE-fit dimensions. When international students manage to engage successfully with host national peers, these interactions may contribute more to their sense of belonging than interactions with their co-nationals or with other international students. And shifting the focus from international students' language deficits to their perceptions of intercultural communications highlights how language use in interaction is interpreted and translated into belonging, which is an important process in multilingual German higher education. And with that, I'm going to hand over virtually to Sylvia.
So I hope you can hear me. I'm very happy to take part in this conference and the symposium, even if only online this time. But I'm really looking forward to meet you in the next conference in 2027. So I'm already focusing in the future. So I'm very glad to be presenting some of the conclusions of the BOLD project, a project that intends to build on linguistic and cultural diversity for social action, which includes the participation not only of student teachers in Hamburg, but also student teachers in other institutions such as Groningen, Aveiro, and Madrid. We aimed with this project to build the gap between teacher education and societal problems, and to support teachers' active citizenship, civic engagement, and savoir s'engager in the areas of teacher education, and to promote the collaboration with institutions that are commonly not connected to the universities, but that we see as important stakeholders to advocate for linguistic and cultural diversity. And here are our team. This project is an Erasmus Plus project, and as you know from other Erasmus Plus projects that were presented, they require to have this international dimension and to involve researchers, young career scholars into the projects. In the scope of the BOLD, and what I'm going to talk today is about what kind of professional development happens in terms of participation in social action and service learning activities. Because we do embrace knowledge transmission and analysis of plurilingual pedagogies, such as integrated language didactics, intercomprehension across languages in the same linguistic families. But while we acknowledge that this declarative knowledge is important, we feel that they are not enough and need to be integrated in teacher education programs that are embedded in local and international concerns and realities. So within BOLD, we combined plurilingual pedagogies and service learning and social action approaches, because our aim was to inspire change through hands-on approach in teacher education programs. So make teachers see the connections between what happens in the classroom, what these plurilingual pedagogies are about, and then connect them with students' lives and communities. So connecting the micro-realities of the classroom with what is going on at the school and the community, and then at the more global level. And our intention is to promote language activism in teacher education programs, to make teachers aware of their agency in promoting change through the identification of issues related to linguistic injustice and inequalities in language education and in education in general. So we wanted teachers and student teachers, more particularly, to be aware of their roles as bottom-up actors that can enact at least micro-level language policies. And in the scope of this BOLD project, I'm not going to present everything we have on data, but just to give you a short aperçu, synthesis of some of the data. We developed a summer school in Aveiro last summer, where student teachers from our partner institutions met to discuss and to envision, if not solutions, at least ways to approach global issues and common problems in school systems in their countries. So we had a total of 30 students interacting on these issues. It was like brainstorming on what moves them in the field of language education. And they were supposed then to collaboratively conceptualize a small-scale project and present it based on what they perceive to be major local or global sociolinguistic issues. And we collected a lot of data. One of our data collection instruments was this Padlet of the summer school. And for the sake of this presentation, I'm going just to refer to these two areas of the Padlet in which they presented their service learning projects and they reflected about their experiences in this international collaboration. And importantly, we could see that student teachers, and I should say that they were not all just language student teachers, foreign language student teachers. There are also student teachers from other school subjects, such as geography, for example. But they reflect around 4 dimensions of professional development: ethical and political dimension, a more pedagogical and didactic dimension related to know-how and how to act in the classroom, the linguistic and communicative dimension more related to how they see the role of linguistic diversity in co-constructing meaning in the classrooms, And another one that was something that was emergent from this research, I would say, is a research and transfer dimension in which they reflected about how they also were growing in terms of becoming a researcher, a sociolinguist researchers in their environment, and how this summer school could influence their upcoming activities. And I'm going to focus just in the ethical and political dimension to show you that students were trying to make sense of this experience as something that goes beyond the school and makes them engage with other social actors and other stakeholders to build more holistic environments in education, holistic, more plurilingual, more integrative. So, for example, this first student say that they have learned how to promote diversity through differentiated pedagogies and to combine it with a more long-term goal of inclusion. So inclusion through the promotion of linguistic diversity and integrating it in their classrooms. And for example, the Spanish student, this is very important because it really shows the importance of thinking of education as going beyond what we think of it in formal settings in the school, because they really valued engaging in direct dialogue with NGOs and in their social initiatives. So they also foresee a future where they can volunteer to change something, or at least to try to change something in a volunteer basis. And the third student, the Dutch student presented here, it seems to be modest when she says that I have learned how changes start small, but she then underscores how it can have an impact and be part of a bigger group, big ideas, and be part of a more sustainable plan for integrating linguistic diversity and multilingualism in education. Three more testimonies. Students also see themselves not just as teachers of a specific school subject, but really as someone with a sense of responsibility and be necessitating to think of multilingualism and linguistic diversity, not just in their school subjects, but across the curriculum. Our student teachers, and I think this is not a novelty, at least in the German context, are also student teachers with a migrant background, plurilingual. And when they were in this summer school, meeting student teachers from other contexts, they shared their lived experiences of being part of marginalized communities. So seeing their own experiences through the lenses of these issues of marginalization, and in some ways putting themselves into the shoes of students that go through the same processes and experiences in their host communities. And then a Greek student also was more focused on the specific needs, hardships, and prejudices that, in this case, members of the deaf and hard of hearing communities face in their social lives. For example, in terms of access to medical assistance. So it was not just about the hardships and needs in the classroom, but really connecting these issues with more broad societal problems and realities outside the classroom. Therefore, connecting the microanalysis of the classroom and the meso and macro issues in society and communities. So what we saw from this integration of community engagement and service learning principles in teacher education, and more precisely in terms of this summer school, was that students came to recognize the ethical and political dimensions of education, and not just language education. I really like to underscore this, but really ethical and political dimensions of education in all school subjects, and not just the formal education, but education that also takes place in other spaces. They also recognize the role of engaging with different actors and stakeholders, and they, in many reflections, this connection of declarative knowledge and a more hands-on approach, more procedural knowledge was really visible. And at the end, because they were coming from different educational settings and with a background on different school subjects, they acknowledge also the importance of transversal and interdisciplinary approaches when educating for linguistic and cultural diversity. So just to end this presentation, what I think it was important for these students, and this was stressed in the summer school at several points, and in the final feedback, is this idea that bold through the service learning and social action approach really had the potential of offering a transformative mindset to our student teachers, because we see a lot of critical approaches to everything, discourses, critical approaches to theories, but what they mentioned in their reflections is that they were not just resisting to something or criticizing something, but really trying to answer questions, trying to collaboratively find answers to social issues that were common or transversal to different countries and school systems. So they really felt they were also perceived as full partners in the knowledge creation and as builders of a better future, and as I put it in this slide, not just critics of the present. So they told us at the end, I should have said these are master students, and they told us in the end that they felt that pre-service teacher programs should be more, or should become more, of these laboratories of social justice in which they could leave the classroom for a while and see what is happening beyond the classroom and the school doors, to see how the community is doing, how the society around the schools and the school communities is doing, in order to imagine more responsive pedagogies for their situated classrooms. So this is what I wanted to present about BOLD, and now I leave the floor to Sarah again. Thank you so much.
Can I just clarify how much time we have for questions? That's what I said. Oh, okay. We had a confusion about when the session was to end. Okay, great. We have loads of time for... You wanted to present something else? Yeah, go ahead. Yes? Okay. So thank you, both of you, for those very interesting presentations, and you did a wonderful job at presenting that research, very stimulating. I have a question for Sylvia to begin with. this community service, integrating community service into the curriculum for future teachers and pre-service teacher training has been very dear to my heart. But there seems to, it must involve a lot of organization and time, and time in the curriculum. So I have a two-part question. The first part is, this was a summer school. How did you organize it? How did you find the partners for the students? Did they have to find their partners themselves? And the second part of the question, it would be, have you integrated this into regular teacher, pre-service teacher training, teacher education? And if so, how? And if not, how would you plan on doing that? What are your ideas on that? Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Letitia. This is really an important question, and indeed, it really made us rethink of how teacher education programs are organized. Because one of the issues when we were implementing BOLD were related to semester constraints and then finding or not finding a temporal coincidence for developing the projects, because NGOs and other partners, they have their own agendas, their own priorities. So because the universities, and in my case, in the foreign language education, we don't have ongoing collaborations and cooperations already going on, it really took a lot of time to find partners willing to embark in this, experience with us. Same was lived by the other partners as well. So a lot of time, and it was really time-consuming, was about finding partners and building trust and collaboration dynamics with partners that are not academic. So this was one of the issues, and therefore some of the students, and at least in Hamburg, were more keen to work with the community, thought of or understood as school community, and because they really struggled to find partners outside of the university and of the schools. It's probably also because they were already in master studies, and they were not used to find and to talk with these kind of partners in their teaching education program. So one of our recommendations was a more sustained, continuous, systematic integration of these perspectives throughout the teacher education programs, and not just, as in my case, in the last year of the master program. So from here you can read that, yes, we integrated this service learning and action in the regular pre-service teaching programs. As I told, with some constraints related to the semester constraints, when it starts, when it ends, and then evaluation, because if we talk about including this kind of activities in regular per-service teaching, student teachers wanted to commit with it, but also be evaluated for their commitment. So we had to change our, at least in these seminars, our evaluation culture, assessment culture, and we went far more for the reflexivity that being involved in these tasks and interactions mean for the students and for their professional development. So we shift to a more open portfolio evaluation, and in which we had to negotiate, if you want, the rules for the assessment with the students in a more open, democratic, participative way. So this is one of the major changes and challenges as well. So how did we organize it? So the organization was taken over by Aveiro, the university, our partner university in Portugal, and for the summer school, they found NGOs in Portugal that wanted to talk to the students, be part of the summer school as well. And we had keynote speakers also bringing their perspectives on service learning and how it is important for really enhancing transformative pedagogies and language learning in another way.
Thank you. That sounds like it's an incredible amount of work, and thank you for explaining in more detail everything that was involved in that and all the challenges involved. I'd like to open the floor up for other questions and perhaps the chat, if there are questions in the chat. No, there are no questions in the chat? Okay. Questions from the audience?
Thank you so much for describing both how your research center came together and how it was organized. Usually it starts the other way around, so it's an interesting project because it was a project trying to set up the research institute. Now, I wanted to ask two questions which are very practical. One is, if I know correctly, Sarah, you have the management of the. Does the university pay for the management of the of the center, or is it extra to the work? The regular academic work that it does. The reason that I'm asking is because a lot of research centers are struggling because of this kind of thing. And secondly, to ask you where the projects are being funded from. I think that 𝗍𝗿𝗶𝗆 is a teacher academy, right? Funded through Erasmus or no?
It's Erasmus Plus, but not. It's an Erasmus, but not teacher academies.
Okay.
It's Erasmus Plus.
Okay, but then Carla's project, is it funded through some kind of? How is it funded, and why was there interest in the dropout of the students, of the international students?
So, Bessie, taking your two questions together, you want to know about the money. The Lids Research Centre is a faculty research centre. It is a structure that is wanted by university HQ, so to speak, that academics working at the University of Hamburg, that they pool, that they work together. The idea being that you are more presentable to the outside, for example, when applying for money. The management of the Lids Faculty Centre is therefore paid for by the Faculty of Education. The research projects that come under the Lids umbrella have various funding sources. So some of them would be German Research Council, some of them would be Erasmus, DAAD, some would be the Federal Ministry for Education, some of them would be from foundations, so 𝗦𝗺𝗙𝗀𝗆𝗆's research project is the Humboldt Foundation. they all have different funding sources. So that's not a centralized aspect of LIDS or anything like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I would have to direct that to Carla. Yeah, and I will.
Are there any more questions from the audience?
This one down there.
I had a question about one of the statistics that you cited about the dropout rate of international students. I was very surprised that it's so high, and I was wondering if, is that including people who are like exchange students and just discontinue at their university in Germany, or is that people who completely stop their degree program?
I imagine it considers, so I don't know it for sure because it's Carla's study, but as you say, given that the figure is so high, I think it's students in all programs.
Thank you.
Coming from outside of Germany, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Any more questions from the audience in the chat?
Could I add something about the
Yes,
LIDS Research Centre?
please do.
I was conscious of time, so I left out a few points, but I mentioned the support for emerging researchers is really central to the LIDS mission and training the next generation. And I would just like to throw out there that in July, we're actually hosting a summer school, the last 2 weeks in July. They're telling you to come closer to me, Letitia.
I'm sorry. No, I don't know why
Come
I have
on,
to be.
cuddle up. We're hosting a summer school and a doctoral symposium the last 2 weeks of July. And the information is on the LIDS website, so you can inform your students. It's on literacy and multilingual contexts. Just a little plug, while I have the mic in my hand.
Good for you. I also have a question about Carla's study, but we discussed it a little bit ahead of time, so I think it's okay. As the studies that you presented show a strong link between belonging and interactions with the host nationals, do you know if the University of Hamburg is integrating these elements to foster more opportunities to build stronger interactions with the host nationals? Or do you have any ideas, or do you know if anything is...
Such a great question, considering that I emphasized transfer as one of our strategic goals. I am not aware of these findings feeding university administration. I may be wrong on that. Maybe it's just a lack of awareness, but I don't think so. Okay. And I think it's a super idea. That we connect with university administration about that. There is a recent initiative at the University of Hamburg in terms of internationalization. For years, the focus has been on internationalizing the student body, so attracting students to come to Hamburg, attracting international scholars to come to work and research in Hamburg. And a more recent initiative is internationalizing the administration of the university. To be able to deal with the challenges that come along in the 21st century, and interculturalism is one of those aspects. We do have a meeting scheduled, I know, in the coming weeks to talk about training of administrative staff for internationalization, and that could potentially be a very interesting presentation at a future symposium. I can also tell you that at the student level, our sort of the equivalent of our student union, they organize intercultural nights for students, for all students at the University of Hamburg. And I currently have a master's student who is looking into those intercultural nights. Who's organizing them? Why are they organizing them? And then she's going to survey who's coming. So we don't know, if there's a party organized for the Chinese New Year, who is it Germans and Chinese people and other people going, or we really don't know. So she's going to survey who's showing up to these intercultural nights, and she's also going to try to interview people to find out how they experience them. So what languages are they using? Who are they mainly hanging out with? And I'm very, very excited about this project. And again, potentially a future presentation for a future symposium.
Yeah, I would love to. I would be very interested in hearing that. You have one? Okay.
Thank you very much. I just didn't know if it was my turn already. Thank you. I'm happy to be honored and to be able to present 2 questions from the online community. Excuse me. So Aisling Tiernan, who gave a talk yesterday, is asking, and I'm reading this out word by word, "Thank you, Sarah and Sylvia, for such an interesting presentation." Excuse me. Sarah, I had a question about students' sense of belonging. What sense of belonging just considered was sense of belonging, just considered to their belonging to the university, or also to their sense of belonging to the broader location of Hamburg or even Germany? That's what Aisling is asking.
In Carla's research, it's to the university. But then that's a conversation that perhaps Aisling and Carla need to have at a future point. Lots of future talk here today, huh? Yeah. Sense of belonging to the university, Aisling.
Okay, thank you very much. And then a second question for Sarah from Monica Barni. Do you have any data on how the opportunity to interact with local students affects the academic careers of international students?
No.
No. Okay, short answer, but very precise. Thank you very much.
I think that maybe look to the DAAD for those kind of statistics.
Okay.
I would think.
So the DAAD might be a good idea. Aisling is just saying thank you. So that's all I can report from the chat. Thank you.
Thanks.
This might have generated some more questions from the audience, or maybe some feedback or comments. So if you want to comment on this question of belonging in universities. Yeah.
Just one very quick one. Since the university wanted this particular center, do they ask for your advice in relation to multilingual issues and policies with regard and pedagogies?
Sylvia, you're on the big screen.
Sorry, I was just enjoying Bessie's question.
Silence, right?
Sylvia, I can start from my experience and you can pick up from yours. I mean, we certainly try to offer on many occasions. A few years ago, we actually did do a survey of the language skills in the university. So something similar was presented yesterday, where we surveyed faculty and administrative staff to get a sense of just the languages spoken at the university. And it is a very diverse staff. I mean, Hamburg is a big city of migration. But that wasn't, that I'm aware of, it wasn't picked up for anything in particular. I did just mention this new initiative, internationalization of the administration, and we have been asked for our input on that. Where it will go, who knows, but there is a meeting scheduled. Sylvia?
I would just like to remember an anecdotal episode where you were also present, Sarah, where there was a symposium on internationalization of our university, and we asked about the role of languages in this process, and I think everybody looked at us as aliens. So at this moment, I would just to say this, and then nobody asked about the languages or the multilingualism. So I would say it's more of an interest of our research center more than, well, at the top levels.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the top-down perspective at the University of Hamburg, and the University of Hamburg is by no means unique here. Their perspective is the language of internationalization is English. I don't know of any other examples that would run contrary to that. But through offers of English, we do know that we can attract students and scholars who speak other languages. And Sylvia, I know this is a long fight that you're fighting, is acknowledging and using those languages in the workspace. Yeah, we keep fighting the good fight.
I have one more question for Sylvia. Do you plan on following up on these students who are in the summer school to see what impact this participating in this community service project will have on their actual practice?
We wrote it in the report for the Erasmus agency. So yes, we want to do it. And just to give one more detail, for example, I had 20 students in my seminar, and just 11 went to the summer school. What we want to do is to follow both, some that could attend the summer school and some of those who couldn't. And what we didn't think of right now is how to do this follow-up. If it would be through interviews, if it would be through classroom observations. What we ask, or what we are going to ask in the next semester, is to integrate these perspectives in one class observation, in one class planning, and then see how they transfer what they have learned and experienced to classroom planification. But this is still open. So, Letitia, if you have any advice for me, that would be great.
No, I think I'm very interested in knowing what impact this will have on them in their practice, and how they will carry it. Will they carry it on, and how they will carry it on, and what trickle down that would have also for their relationship with their pupils and the families of their pupils, and being aware of the different contexts of their pupils and the communities. Thank you.
So Bessie and I just had a conversation about this, and we are just going on, although the golden rule of conferences and symposia is not to start talks too early, but we are doing this because the next presenters are there as a full group and a big group, and then they will have more time. So may I ask the next presenters and discussant to come to the stage. Thank you very much.
I am very pleased to introduce to you the Dream Team of Acting project, 𝗬𝗎𝗧, who is professor on multilingualism at the University of Constance and director of the Center for Multilingualism. He's, among other, leader of the EU training network, the Multilingual Mind, and I will skip his very long list of publications. And I will do the same for Andre Jung, who is professor of English and Language Education at the Faculty of Education and Lifelong Learning in SPE at the University of Strasbourg. Her research focuses on teacher education, language awareness, and plurilingualism in education. They're presenting together with Justine Holzweiler, who is PhD candidate focusing on the inclusion of plurilingual children in the education system and co-teaching at the University of Strasbourg. 𝗪𝗖𝗦𝗆𝗔𝗟, who is also PhD candidate at the University of Strasbourg, focusing on game-based language learning and pedagogical translanguaging in French as a second and foreign language. And Saskia Braun, who is also a PhD candidate at the University of Constance, whose research focuses on pedagogical translanguaging as well and language teaching in linguistically heterogeneous classrooms, and with a focus on German as a second and foreign language. They will present the ACTIN project, which stands for Act and Connect for Integration, and very dear colleagues, you have the floor.
Great, thank you very much, Maria. So this is going to be a multiple act. I'm going to start, and then I'm going to give the floor to the next person here. So let me check. So as Maria said, we're going to present the project ACTIN, Act and Connect for Integration, Language Learning, and Cultural Awareness. This is a multi-university project that involves several partners. It's being coordinated by the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And here you can see the logos of the other universities. So we have the University of Constance, University of Strasbourg, the University of Geneva as an associate partner. We have the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, England University in Norway as an associate partner. And then we also have several NGOs who are involved in the project, because apart from language learning, we also have different other activities which we're going to present in a minute. So this is the distribution of the different countries in terms of where we are in Europe. So we have partners in the north, in the south, in the east, and in the west. So what is the aim of ACTIN? So the aim is to support and reinforce the integration and inclusion of migrant children and adolescents in education, and by extension also into Europe. And how do we aim to achieve this aim? So we have several objectives. We are developing activities that support language learning and cultural awareness. So this is one large part, the language learning activities. We are conducting high-level teacher training so that we can provide training to teachers so they can use those methods with the students in the classrooms, and then we can evaluate how those activities work. At the same time, we're developing a mentoring program for the teachers. So we are collaborating with specific schools, and we're mentoring the teachers to provide continuous advice throughout the period of the project. All the material that we are developing are going to be put into an online resource that is going to be open to everyone. So the teachers that collaborated in the project and also any other teachers can have access to them, they can download them, and they can use them in the future. And because we are doing those activities in many different countries, we have material in different languages. So in Germany, we're developing the material in German, in France it's French, in Poland it's in Polish, in Greece it's in Greek, and in Ireland it's in English. So we have those languages, material for all those different languages. And we're also organizing activities that involve migrant families and local communities, because inclusion does not happen one way, it happens both ways. So we need to be in touch with the local communities and try to bring the local communities with the migrants together in order to have a successful inclusion in the society. That's you.
So, as Theo said, a lot of the activities we're developing are for the development of language, the language of schooling, because this is what the children need in order to access education. So we have a variety of different domains in which we're working. This is also what teachers are demanding from us. It's what they feel they need. They talk about developing the children's vocabulary and grammar, etc. A lot of these techniques are not particularly new. Many of the teachers are already have been using these for years. You're very familiar with them as well. I don't think I need to go into them. But if you need to know more about these techniques and see examples, as Theo said, there's the website where it's explained, and there are also protocols or examples of activities in multiple languages for multiple age groups. For all the different school languages that we're dealing with that you can have a look at. Perhaps the contextual clues is a little less well known for our staff. The idea that there are indicators within a text that can help you to understand words which you might not be familiar with, or we can insert indicators in parentheses, in brackets, so that we can, the children can learn more precise vocabulary or more subject-specific vocabulary. Grammar as well. I don't think that processing instruction is anything particularly new. It's linking form with meaning in an explicit way. So it's really, we do a lot of it in France, for example, explicit grammar instruction with systematic use in exercises. The other two are less frequent in the French context. I don't know about your context. Dict gloss, for example, could be children listening to a story and then put into groups to try and reconstitute the story together, and then comparing their reconstituted story to the original. Running dictation is something that the children in France really enjoyed because they're primary school children and they like to move. They don't get much opportunity to move in the classroom. It's something typically we had a hard time finding space to do. There's a text with gaps in it, which is stuck to the walls at various places in the classroom, or even, better still, outside so they can actually run. And they take it in turns in groups to run towards the text, to remember the word, to come back to their group, and then to fill out the gap in the text. The most innovative approach for our teachers, in any case, is PTL, pedagogical translanguaging. We're using this expression because we're using the languages of the children. So the languages that they speak at home. One of the schools we're working with has 50 languages at the school. And in one classroom, they had 21 languages, different languages, So there is plenty of scope for doing this kind of work, but it's not a resource that's used very often by teachers. So the idea would be to compare how the children's languages work grammatically for conveying some form of meaning. It can be, I don't know, an affirmative phrase or an interrogative phrase or the place of the adjective or anything like that, to compare the way that their languages work with the way French works, so highlighting the similarities and the differences. 𝗙𝗏 is, you will of course be familiar with 𝗙𝗏. We're using it, and some of our colleagues are not happy about the way we're using it, but for the children whose language is different at home from the school language, they are effectively learning the language and the content at the same time, especially if they're new arrivals. And this is really tall order for them. It gets more and more difficult as they go into secondary school and the subjects become more diverse and more precise. So this is focusing on subjects that are not language subjects, but that have specific vocabulary and specific expressions and ways of using language. I mean, all subjects use language, but a lot of our teachers forget that, they're also language teachers. Another aspect, apart from language, the development of language, is the idea of extracurricular activities. And here we can bring in the intercultural element as well. It's also a way that our colleagues from the NGOs can use their expertise because they're used to organizing this kind of event in the community. We're trying to do this between schools and NGOs working together, and also to try and get parents to come into schools to share their knowledge and their resources about their different languages. And this week actually is a language week in Strasbourg. It's a language week all over France. It's a national language week, in schools. And we've got 40 parents who are coming into one school who are sharing their languages, and it's amazing. We've so much data, but it's all very fresh. And the other aspect is this idea, and this is a hard nut to crack, the solidarity cafes, the idea that we need to connect the community. It's very similar to what we heard in Sarah's project, in fact. Connect the community to the school. Connect the families to the school. We have quite a gap in France between school and home. So the idea is to get families to come in, to discuss aspects, for example, languages, their use of languages, and their concerns about how they use languages and how they can best help their children to progress at school, etc. So we had one of these as well this week, to which several mothers came along too.
Great. And in every country, those activities happen in a slightly different way. So as Andrea mentioned, their activities, extracurricular activities, are about schools and parents and families. In Germany, we do it slightly differently. So it's not about the schools and the parents and the children. It's more about the society. So we organize those solidarity cafes and the extracurricular activities together with an NGO where the whole society is invited in Constance. So we have people with a migration refugee background who come to an NGO, and then we have local people who also come, and then we organize activities, for example, games nights. So everyone plays games. Or before Christmas we had a baking night. People came with recipes for different festive cakes or biscuits, and then they all sat together and they baked Ukrainian biscuits, Greek biscuits, German biscuits, other biscuits, so that people get to know each other. And then there's also conversation using different languages. So we have people tables speaking in German, tables speaking in Turkish, Kurdish, and other languages. So bringing all the languages together. Now, the buddy scheme is another activity that we're doing. And with the buddy scheme, we try to match one person with a migration background or refugee background with one local person. The idea for that is first language learning, and then also intercultural communication and raising awareness. Through the Solidarity Cafes, we figured out that there are a lot of people with a migration background who want to learn German, but they don't have enough people to speak with them in German, because people are in silos. So with that scheme, we want to pair people together so that they have a partner they can exercise with when they want to learn German. So in Constance now, that's at the initial stage. We have been in touch with organizations in the city that are organizing activities for Carnival, because Carnival in Constance is something very big. And for Carnival activities, mainly it's the locals. The people who have moved to Constance, they don't engage, and the foreigners don't engage because they don't know what that is. But the locals are interested to show other people and tell them about what Carnival is and what activities they're doing. So through the Carnival activity, we will bring people in contact in order to exercise German and intercultural communication. This is a slide, a screenshot from the online database that I mentioned earlier, the OnActin, where we're putting all the material that we are developing with the teachers. So here you can see an example of what this looks like. So people will be able to use filters based on the age of the children, based on the proficiency level, based on the subject, so whether they want material that is to do with maths, with language, with geography, whatever else. And then also the language area. And the language area is going to be vocabulary in terms of grammar, what phenomenon, grammatical phenomenon they want to use. And then those filters select what kind of material we have already developed. So people can download the material. There are protocols that go step by step. If you want to use this material, what are the steps you have to go through in order to use them in the classroom? And this material have been developed in collaboration with teachers. So we created the first drafts, then we talk with teachers, and these are the final products. Right now, we have at the website English versions. Then I think at the end of the month, we're going to have the Greek versions and maybe French, I'm not sure. And then the German are going to be online as well. And we move on teacher training.
I click here. This one. Okay, now we would like to talk about the teacher training that was held and that is still ongoing in the participating countries or in Actin. When we say teacher training, we mean a series of meetings and workshops that are held inside the classrooms, the participating schools and classrooms. We start by introducing the project, the protocols that were also mentioned before, and then we explain how it can be tailored for diverse multilingual classrooms. We also do collaborative material development. I will talk about that in the next slide, where we collaborate with the teachers to know exactly how we can tailor the protocols and the activities. We also have some methodological exchange after the classroom testing. It means that after implementing the protocols, we will be still in contact with the teachers, and we try to assist and to evaluate the implementation. So we did a lot of implementations. In this presentation, we will present data from France and Germany. So in France, we worked in 9 schools, primary and secondary. 35 teachers completed the whole training, and it's still ongoing. And it was 25 hours of teacher training. In Germany, it was 6 schools and 54 teachers completed the whole training, and it's still ongoing. And 36 hours of teacher training. So the methodology of Actin teacher training is based on part story research, where we co-construct the lesson plan and the materials for the 8 types of protocols. And if needed, we would have multiple mentoring sessions with the teacher to make sure that the lesson plan and the materials are matching the context. For the implementation, it always happens inside the classroom with a member of Actin. And for the data collection, we administered questionnaires, pre- and post-questionnaires for teachers. And around the teaching activity, there were multiple tools to collect the data. For example, we did a paper questionnaire for the teachers. It's about the activity itself, because the pre- and post-questionnaire was for the teacher training in general. Then the paper questionnaire is about the activity and protocol itself. And then the paper questionnaire for students' emotions. It is an emoji questionnaire where we ask the students to tell us about how they felt by choosing between multiple emojis and emotions. And a focus group with the students that helped us to have more qualitative data and to know more about their experience, attitudes, and opinions. As I said, here we will show the data from France and Germany. Here we have the teacher's profile. In France, we mostly have 56% of teachers are primary generalists, so it means that they teach all subjects. We also have French language teachers and 𝗬𝗎𝗍𝗍. 𝗬𝗎𝗍𝗍, it's the reception classes. For Germany, it was mostly science teachers, German language teachers, and art teachers. The school types are a bit different because in France we mostly worked in primary. We worked in secondary, but the primary schools were much more. And in Germany, it is 52% secondary and 46% primary. So, one of the purposes of the questionnaires that we administered in the schools is to know more about the teachers' beliefs and attitudes. So, we asked them in the questionnaires, in your opinion, what language difficulties do your pupils who speak a language other than the language of education at home face? So, it's either German, either French. And the data is very interesting, and also the difference between France and Germany, where in France they said that comprehension, vocabulary, and writing has the biggest points, that they might mostly have problems with comprehension. And in Germany it was less. For the comprehension it was mostly for the vocabulary, grammar, and spelling. So we interpret it as French teachers may see the main issue as understanding the classroom language. Meanwhile, the German teachers may view difficulties more in terms of correct language use and linguistic structure for grammar and spelling.
So here we look at teachers' beliefs and attitudes about how to ideally welcome pupils who speak another language at home. So we asked teachers in France and Germany what they think works best for integration. In France, one approach clearly stands out, and this is pull out French language support. Also other approaches have been mentioned, like co-teaching or valuing the heritage languages, but less frequently. So overall, French responses lean towards a structured, specialized support outside the regular classroom. In Germany, the picture is a bit more diverse, so supporting the language is still the most frequently mentioned, but also other approaches, like teachers emphasize, for example, social integration, individual support, and extracurricular activities. So the key difference is that French teachers appear to focus more on specialized language training in school, while German teachers mention activities that take place outside formal education. But teachers from both countries mention to valorize the heritage language of their pupils, although this is the smallest category in both cases. So now we look at the context in which teachers meet the parents and communicate with each other. So the percentages show how frequently each context was mentioned. In France, parent-teacher meetings clearly dominate, making up about 41%. Individual appointments and support-related meetings also play an important role. There's also some informal context, like chats at the school gate, but it's less prominent. Also, digital communication is relatively limited. In Germany, also parent-teacher meetings are the most common way to communicate. there's a significantly more use of phone or digital communication, but no informal communication like it is the case in France. We also see categories like academic feedback and a small percentage on support happening at home. So overall, in both countries, the contact is mostly informal context and organized by the schools. So this slide explores teachers' beliefs about language and vocabulary. We asked the teachers to what extent they agree with the following statement. Monolingual pupils have a richer vocabulary than pupils with other languages spoken at home. The responses are on a scale from 1 to 10, so from strong disagreement to strong agreement. And each bar shows how many teachers selected a given level of agreement. In France, the responses are quite spread out, so there is a notable number of teachers who disagree with the statement, but also a significant group who agrees. The peak is around the middle, suggesting some uncertainty or mixed views. In Germany, the pattern is a bit different, so responses are clearly skewed towards agreement. Most teachers selected higher values, especially 7, 8, and 10. There are only few strong disagreements, and this suggests many German teachers tend to believe that monolingual pupils have a richer vocabulary, and this is an interesting finding because it touches on underlying beliefs about multilingual pupils as well. And this slide looks at another important belief, so whether teachers think pupils who speak another language at home have more academic difficulties than monolingual French pupils or German pupils. And again, the responses range from 1 to 10, from strong disagreement to strong agreement. In France, responses are quite mixed, so there's a peak in the middle, especially at 5, and we also see both disagreement and agreement across the scale. So overall, French teachers do not show a strong consensus. Many seem to be uncertain. In Germany, the pattern is also very mixed, but it's more shifted towards agreement, and a large number of teachers selected higher values, especially 7 and above. Although there are some strong disagreements, they are actually less dominant. So this suggests many German teachers tend to believe that multilingual pupils face more difficulties. So again, we see a similar pattern than to the previous statement. France shows a more balanced and mixed distribution, while Germany shows a stronger tendency towards agreement. And this is also an important insight because it reflects potential deficit-oriented thinking. And although research shows that academic difficulties are often linked to factors like language support or lack of language support, socioeconomic context, school structures, actually rather than multilingualism itself.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about students by focusing on their perception of the activities we created for them. So we started with getting to know them by asking if they spoke another language other than French at home, because French is the language of instruction in France. We do have bilingual schools, bilingual classes, but French stays the main language. So as you can see in the table, in these two schools we worked with, we can see that more than half the pupils have at least one other language at home. Most of them speak both French and the other languages at home, but you can also see that between 13 and 18% of them only have French as the language of instruction, so they only use French at home, and they use another or other languages at home.
With this knowledge and following the teacher's need, we created the activities. So it was very important for us to get feedback from the students. We wanted to see if they liked the activities, if they felt like they learned something from these activities, and also if they wanted to do it again. So we conducted focus groups. We conducted them immediately after the implementation because we wanted to have immediate feedback. We proceeded in pairs with one facilitator and one observer in groups of 4 or 5 students. The focus groups were semi-structured. We defined 4 questions in advance, but we also felt free to build on what the students were saying. So in France, we conducted 37 focus groups with an amount of 170 students. We observed that they had very different reactions depending on the type of activities they took part in. So, for example, for vocabulary activities, these activities are very fun. They're highly engaging and very playful. So the reaction were focused on their participation to the game. So they said mostly it was fun, or they complained about someone cheating, or they talked about the competition and the fact that they were frustrated because they couldn't win, or they couldn't play as with their friends. They also said that they were unhappy because they weren't with their friends. With grammar activities, it was very different because these activities require more sustained cognitive effort. So the reaction reflected more about their feelings about the cognitive engagement and also personal preferences. They had a reaction like it was very tiring and I hated it because I don't like reading, or on the contrary, I really liked it because I love reading and it was easy. So the reaction were more drawn into the cognitive engagement. For PTL, pedagogical translanguaging, it was the most interesting because these activities draws on students' more personal knowledge and skills and linguistic skills, so they are very affective activities. And these activities elicited more emotions and reactions and more elaborated answers. So there were answers like, I'm very proud, I'm very happy to talk about my language. It felt strange to talk about my language at school because we only use French usually. I'm very not used to it. So they were very surprised with the activities, and we observed that it sparked curiosity in everyone, not only the plurilingual children, but also the monolingual children. And we had quotes like these ones that you can see. So it was very interesting. I really liked helping others, helping my friends with my language. We also had it was very fun. I liked it. And mostly it was surprising. One even said it was shocking to see Arabic in my classroom. So, and one even said, for once, it's my language too. I'm making the effort of speaking French at school, so for once, it's also my language. So we observed that children, which are curious by nature, they were really happy about knowing a lot more of their friends. They were very happy also to share with their friends all their knowledge. There was a change in the class atmosphere also. It felt more studious. They felt they were more motivated and more focused. they didn't want to leave the classroom. They didn't want to go to recess because they wanted to finish their work. And also the teachers, they could as well see the students with a different eye. We could see that they didn't know that their students had this full potential. So that changes a lot too. In France, we took part in 2 actions. The first one is 𝗬𝗙𝗶𝗆𝗆. It was last year with an association from a neighborhood of Strasbourg. You can see some of the games we offered during the 𝗬𝗙𝗶𝗆𝗆. And we offered linguistic, plurilingual games. And as Andrea said earlier, this week was the Languages Week, and we organized 80 workshops with parents from the school. It's an international education action, and for example, we focused on linguistic and cultural aspects. So students learned how to write numbers in Arabic, for example, how to write their names in Korean. They discovered music instruments and dances from Dominican Republic, and so on and so on. And the aim there was to include the parents, to draw bridges between home and school, and to celebrate the diversity at school. And there's a very big diversity, because in this school, 55 languages are spoken, so there's plenty to discover. There you go.
So, in the end, I want to give you some insights in our games night in Germany. So, as Theo mentioned, we work together with an NGO. It's called Café Mondial. And this NGO is also supporting the integration. So here you see an overview. So we asked the attendees to rate how they felt on a scale from 1 to 5, where 1 means not at all and 5 means very much. So there were 17 participants in total, but the games night is still ongoing. So the aim of this activity was to bring migrants and locals together and to help them to build strong community bonds. Most of the participants felt welcomed, so this is one of the strongest results. And the majority also said that the activity was fun and they felt proud. So we also see strong results for learning something new and feeling curious to try new things. So this suggests that the event successfully created an open, engaging, and inclusive atmosphere. And it also demonstrates how simple, informal activities can support community buildings. So, to conclude, Actin is still ongoing until September 2027. So language learning and cultural activities will be continued, as well as our teacher training seminars and the school mentoring scheme, and also the open online source that Theo mentioned earlier, and all the activities with migrant families and local communities to build strong community bonds. So it will be continued, and we will hopefully share more insights. Thank you very much. Vielen Dank and merci.
Thank you for your inspiring presentation, for this very nice project to which also 𝗪𝗺𝗪𝗆 and myself are members too. I would like you
to comment a little more about your impact on society. You mentioned the activities, your impact on students, on teachers, families, and other education stakeholders. And I would also like to ask you to tell us more about actually at what extent you think that teachers' attitudes, ideologies, and practices have been transformed throughout the project's actions. What are your observations from the field?
Okay, maybe we can start with Germany and maybe with your last questions regarding the teachers. So we recognize during the teacher training seminars that there is actually a shift towards attitudes and beliefs in multilingual children. So I feel that a lot of the teachers, they don't trust their students. So, for example, in regards of PTL, where students should activate their heritage languages, there are many concerns. So teachers feel uncertain. What happens if I allow them to speak a language that I do not share? I cannot control this, and I also cannot correct this. So we always tell them, be brave, nothing worse will happen. Trust your students, and this will be helpful. And we also saw that in the pre and post test that some of the responses, so because we have some questions that are the same in the pre and in the post test, and we also see a shift. So teachers tend to be more open-minded towards multilingualism and also to enhance the family languages and to value them, of course, yeah.
Yes. In France, it's basically the same. Most teachers were very anxious about doing the acting training. But after the implementations, there was also a shift in their behavior towards multilingual children. We saw that this week, actually, we conducted PTL activities, and the teachers were very surprised with their students' work. Actually, what they created and how they responded to the activity, because it actually touched everyone. Everyone was moved and was motivated by the activity. Where sometimes, like even students with difficulties were engaged in the activity. So, yeah, Andrea, do you want to add something? Okay.
I'd like to say something about the families and the parents, yeah, because there is a gap between valuing the home language and the status of the school language. That's clear. We're still work in progress, yeah. But there was also a gap between home and school. And the fact that the parents volunteered to come in and to share their knowledge of their languages and their knowledge of their cultures impressed and surprised the teachers. The teachers had a lot of preconceived ideas that parents were not interested in school, didn't invest, because many parents feel linguistically insecure in the school, unsure about school culture in France when they're from a different culture. So they didn't actually come into school like French-speaking parents would. And the first meeting that we had, and I opened the door and there were 40 parents in the room. I have to say I was greatly relieved. But the parents want to share, and they've invested so much in this week. They've even spent money preparing materials to bring in, not just time. And the teachers were very impressed by this. And that really changed, I think, their vision of what parents can bring to school and how, hopefully, we can work more together to bring communities together and to talking about the belonging that we were talking about earlier this morning, so that everybody feels they belong to school and can help in the education of the children. Yeah.
Can I add something? Yes. I also wanted to say there are lots of students that are, I'm going to say, suffering from mutism. Mutism, is it? So it's very silenced because of their lack of confidence in their French vocabulary. And by doing this, by bringing parents at school with also who have also another language at home, with their accent, for example, or with sometimes a broken syntax, if I can say, it shows that to them that even if they're lacking confidence in French, they can participate and they can talk. And that's inspiring also for them.
And maybe I can say about the extracurricular activities, the link between the locals and the people with a migration background. We started in Germany the activities in October, and I involved my students from one of my classes, so they had to attend 6 sessions throughout the semester, and then they had to write a report about what happened, and they had to do a reflective report. And so at the beginning they were a little bit also insecure what's going to happen, and then as they started to attend those sessions every Sunday, they became more and more confident, and then they started attending classes, attending those sessions. Some of them attended more than the 6. So it demonstrates that actually they liked it, and it was also an opportunity for them to link up with other people. For the international students, it was an opportunity to speak also their home languages, because we had students who spoke Farsi or Turkish or Kurdish, and there are people in the community who are migrants and they're not students who speak those languages, so they could communicate in those languages with the people with a migration background, and there was also a link between students and migrants. And one interesting also outcome was that there was one of those people with migration background who came to one of those sessions, decided to enroll to the university, and now he's studying linguistics. He was thinking about doing something else, but then he got very excited about it, and then he decided to study linguistics. We saw also in the slides the positive attitudes towards how much fun it was to do the game nights. So now in the next semester, I'm going to have another class where, again, students will have to come to those activities. So I think that's a very good opportunity, actually, to bring students. They get credits for this, but they're learning something about it, and it's a very good opportunity to link locals with people with migration background through our own students.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's a question. Thank you very much.
There are questions from the online audience, namely by Maria Stratopoulou from Greece, who is asking 4 questions. Maria, please don't mind me just quoting the first question for the time being, because we still have 6 minutes for the Q&A session, and unfortunately no more than that. I guess your questions are a ranking, so the first question might be the most important one. So first of all, she thanks you very much for an informative and inspiring presentation. And then she's asking, have you incorporated any cross-linguistic mediation activities into your lessons? For example, tasks that involve transferring information from one language to another for a specific communicative purpose. So have you incorporated, oh no, that's jumping, sorry. Because Silvia just said, great question, Maria, and then the question jumped. Have you incorporated any cross-linguistic mediation activities into your lessons? That's the core question. Yes. Okay, then we can quickly go to the second one. Thank you very much. To squeeze in another one. To what extent has your team drawn on the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages and its companion volume when designing these lessons? In particular, how has this framework informed your choice of learning activities, objectives, activities, or assessment approaches? Thank you very much in advance.
The activities, the protocols, the activities are graded according to the language level. So that's one of the filters that teachers can choose the level of the language that their learners they're aiming for. Yeah. So that to that extent, yes, we have.
Yes, maybe I can also add something. So for the protocols, so we adapted some protocols in advance to have some examples, and we created them by referring to real school books. So all the different protocols can be used in a mainstream class. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. There is another question, yes?
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I have just a tiny question, a very tiny question to Theo maybe, or to the... could you tell us something about how are you proceeding in order to set up the body schema? Do you pre-select? Are there any criteria? Of course, I think. So could you just some words about that? Thank you.
So the first step was to find organizations who would be interesting to contribute to the body scheme, and we found those organizations, the carnival organizations. And the next step is we're creating a database so people can go online, and then they can put some criteria, what language do I speak, what language do I want to learn, what are my hobbies, because they have to have something in common that they can talk about. What is the age group of the person I want to be in touch with? What is the gender? So there is several filters, and then we're going to be doing the matching. And then after the matching, we're going to be doing a session where we talk to them about, what is the aim of the body scheme? What are the different activities that they can do? So the body scheme hasn't started yet, but this is the program. This is the program that we have, and then at some point, there's going to be also one session where we're going to bring all of them together in a solidarity cafe so that everyone is sitting around, and then we can talk. They can talk about their experiences. We can also get some feedback. We have some evaluation to see how it works. So this is going to be an activity starting in the next semester and for another year. Exactly. So, yeah. It's more difficult to find the locals. It's easier to find the people the people with migration background, because there are many who want to do this. But the locals is the difficulty. That's why we went to specific organizations, and they said that they are committed. Now we'll see in the reality what happens.
We only have time for one more question. Yes?
Thanks very much for a super interesting presentation of you all. I was wondering if you ran into a very specific possible problem of the huge inequalities that you have within the different home languages, more than 50 if I get it correctly. For example, I heard Japanese, a strong national language with a strong position in education in Japan. Farsi would be another example, as opposed to, for example, Kurdish, which of course is the home language of a very big community in Europe. Yet in the country of origin, for example, Turkey, it's not a national language nor a very strong language for education. So it has a different status, prestige, but for the children, of course, it's still home language. Do you see that societal value of a certain language, do you see that also, that gives differences, specific issues, possibly?
I would say in the classroom, no. Because, like you say, for the kids, it's their language, it's their home language, it's their parent who's coming in. We had a lovely mother came in to do a session on Tamazight, Berber language. They were completely fascinated by it, and so was the teacher. So I think not. This question of hierarchy, I think because it's all the week and all the languages are put in the same situation, then there's a kind of a leveling of it somehow, and it becomes more, an object of curiosity and learning rather than a hierarchy, yeah? Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yeah.
So, thank you very much. So, we will be on time, and we will call for the next session to come. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to enjoy a pre-recorded video talk by Professor 𝗬𝗙𝗵𝗆 from the MIT in Boston and 𝗬𝗙𝗵𝗱𝗆 from the same institute, and Professor Nikolai Slavkov is the discussant. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, Per. So we are now, Bessie reminded me to tell everyone that after showcasing some of these interesting projects in which some ECSPM members are involved or that are related to the ECSPM, we are now returning a little bit more to the conference theme, which is about multilingualism and translation, very broadly defined. And so this is where our next and final talk brings us. The talk is going to be presented by 𝗪𝗪𝗪 and 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗪 from MIT. I will, for the interest of time, I will not take a long time to introduce them. I will just mention that Per is the director of global languages and teaches German, and Eva leads the French program at MIT. And they are going to tell us about how we can harness AI and large language models to achieve educational objectives. We already see Per live on the screen. And my understanding is that we'll now proceed with the pre-recorded talk, which then we'll be able to discuss live with Per.
Good afternoon, and many thanks for the invitation. My name is 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪. I am a professor of German studies at MIT, where I also chair the Global Languages Department.
And my name is 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪. I'm a senior lecturer also at MIT, where I lead the French Studies program.
We very much regret that we cannot be with you in person in Saarbrücken. I was there just last fall for a wonderful conference and enjoyed this great sense of hospitality through the Sprachenrat and through Professor 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪. So we very much regret that we are not there, but it's a great pleasure for us to speak at this conference, a conference primarily devoted to institutional internationalization, multilingualism, and translation studies. None of these three areas we would consider our primary professional homes. Our scholarship over the past 25 years has been dedicated to investigating the impact of technology on language, on communication, and on education. And today we would like to talk about the impact of machine translation on post-secondary language education. But nonetheless, we are contributing productively to this conference, since over the past several years, we've been deeply invested in questions that sit squarely at the intersection of language pedagogy, technology, translation, and society. So, although we stand slightly outside your central disciplinary conversation, in other ways, we are directly downstream from them. The technologies transforming translation practice are also profoundly challenging how people communicate across languages in multilingual settings. Consumer-oriented machine translation tools are altering how our students write, how they complete their homework, how they conceptualize proficiency, and increasingly how society understands the value of learning languages at all. So for us, therefore, machine translation is not a theoretical abstraction. It is present in every classroom and in every pocket.
So today, we would like to accomplish two things. In part one, we will extend an argument from an article we published a few years ago to articulate what we see as a critical call to action from our professional community. We'll argue that language educators must stop reacting defensively to commercial machine translation services and instead begin designing for a future of intentional human-machine collaboration.
And in part two, we will turn to a concrete curricular case as an example, the course Lost in Translation, Word Literature in the Age of Machine Translation and Artificial Intelligence, that will illustrate how such an integration can happen within the humanities at a STEM-focused institution like ours, like MIT. So our hope is not to collapse the distinction between translation studies, language pedagogy, and multilingualism, although we believe that they are deeply connected. Rather, we want to invite a more systemic conversation about what machine translation means not only to translators, but for the formation of future multilingual citizens through post-secondary education.
The historical analogy we use to think about the impact of consumer-oriented online translation services on language education is the impact of the pocket calculator on math education. When calculators became more affordable in the late 1970s, mathematics educators faced an existential question. If students can calculate instantly, what is the purpose of teaching arithmetic? The initial response was prohibition. Calculators were banned from classrooms and exams. Teachers feared the erosion of foundational skills. But over time, something else happened. The mathematics education recalibrated. The field gradually de-emphasized routine arithmetic and moved towards problem-solving, modeling, and mathematical reason. Professional organizations, most notably the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics in the United States, provided leadership to manage this transition in the 1980s. And when standardized testing policies changed to allow calculators, most notably in 1994 in the SAT, a widely used college entry exam in the United States, virtually all mathematics classrooms beyond those in primary schools followed. The crucial insight is this. The calculator did not eliminate mathematics, but it forced mathematic educators to rethink what counted as essential. This is the moment language education inhabits right now. In our 2022 article in the ฎ we borrowed the concept of disruptive innovation from Clayton Christensen to frame what is happening in language education today. A disruptive innovation, according to Christensen, is not necessarily a superior technology. It is often just simpler, cheaper, more convenient, and often lower quality. What makes it disruptive is that it expands access and shifts behavior at scale. In many ways, this is how we see consumer-oriented online translation services, such as Google Translate. Despite great advances over the past 10 years, we firmly believe that a highly trained and experienced human translator is generally better than the technology. But the technology is more accessible, cheaper, and faster. Google Translate constitutes precisely this kind of disruptive innovation. Let us be clear. The old tool in this scenario is functional second language proficiency acquired over years and years of instruction. It's expensive. It's time-consuming. It's unevenly distributed with a strong emphasis on a few numbers of languages, and it's socially stratified. The new tool is free, ubiquitous and embedded in every smartphone. Its quality has improved dramatically with neural machine translation, but still not always 100% reliable. Today, it is good enough for most users engaged in low-stakes communicative tasks. It also covers a wider range of languages than any human is capable of ever learning. Long story short, these technologies exist because they satisfy users' immediate needs. And here's the uncomfortable reality that emerges from this constellation. For many communicative purposes, society is increasingly willing to tolerate imperfect machine translation in exchange for convenience. This has a consequence. If not only students, but also policymakers believe that cross-linguistic communication can be outsourced to an app, they may question the need to invest years in language education. It not only erodes motivation, it erodes public investment in language education. In that sense, machine translation represents not just a technological or pedagogical challenge to language education. It represents a legitimacy challenge and a funding challenge. Now, what has been our field's response to these challenges? Predominantly prohibition. Syllabi across higher education in the United States continue to routinely declare the use of Google Translate as an act of academic dishonesty. But there's ample empirical evidence that students use online translators regardless of that policy. And often they use the tools ineffectively, not to learn, not to check comprehension, but to delegate tedious but crucial tasks to the machine. At the same time, instructors remain skeptical of this potential pedagogical value of the technology. It creates a dysfunctional ecology. Students use machine translation secretly. Teachers police rather than teach. We should not surrender to the technology or pretend that it doesn't exist. What secondary language education must do is redesign. Specifically, we propose that future language educators incorporate 4 core competencies related to machine translation use. First, task analysis. Recognizing when machine translation is appropriate, inappropriate, or dangerous. Input modification. Learning how to craft input strategically to optimize output. Third, output analysis, critically interrogating machine-generated text. And finally, learning opportunity recognition, understanding how to use machine translation as a scaffolding device for linguistic development. These competencies do not replace traditional proficiency goals. They supplement them with metalinguistic and technological awareness. And most importantly, they reframe machine technology not as a shortcut, but as a tool within a broader human-machine problem-solving ecology. However, as humanists, we must also warn against reductionism. Language is not merely an instrument for transmitting propositional content. It encodes identity, cultural embeddedness, and social positioning. A classroom that integrates machine translation must constantly stage encounters where students discover its limitations. The goal is not technological enthusiasm. It is disciplined, critical integration. And that brings us to part 2.
Let me now turn to a concrete curricular example that illustrates how the intentional integration of translation theory, translation practice, translation technology, humanities, and language education can unfold within a single course. The course I'm describing was called Lost in Translation, World Literature in the Age of Machine Translation and Artificial Intelligence. It was offered at MIT through the literature department. It is not a classical proficiency-oriented language course. The course was taught in English, and all reading and discussions were in English. However, students were required to have basic reading competencies in at least one language other than English, because throughout the semester they created an individual translation portfolio. So 18 undergraduate students enrolled in the class when I taught it for the first time. Most of them were majors in STEM fields, like our undergraduates are at MIT. But to graduate from MIT with a bachelor degrees, students, all students, engineers, scientists, all students need to successfully pass a total of 8 humanities courses. So if you think about the MIT undergraduate curriculum, it's usually a 4-year curriculum, and 1 year out of the 4 years students spent in humanities classroom. This is quite extraordinary, and people are often surprised when we mention that. So this is a course that counted towards this humanities requirement. Students came to the courses again with a wide variety of disciplinary backgrounds, but predominantly in STEM fields, and with linguistic backgrounds that were both acquired as a result of educational experiences, or often in the context as home languages. As you can see here on this rather overfilled column, please only look at the left column here. And on this column, you can see of this particular planning grip that the course was designed using backwards design principles around these 4 major goal areas: translation as a craft and art, features of literary discourse, language and literacy development, and machine translation and AI. The semester was roughly divided into 2 halves. The first half engaged students with canonical translation theory. The second half moved towards contemporary debates, identity politics, and the impact of technology on translation. Rather than walking you chronologically through these 12 weeks of instruction, let me focus on 3 specific scenarios that structured the intellectual arc of the course. Scenario 1, Brecht, Леня, Simon. On the first day of the semester, students encountered 2 performances of the same song. First, Lotte Lenja's 1931 performance of Seeräuberin Jenny from Bertolt Brecht's The Three Penny Opera, presented with English subtitles. Second, Nina Simon's 1992 performance of Pirate Jenny. At first glance, this was a straightforward case of translation to most of my students. German to English, word choices, semantic equivalence. But what students quickly discovered through these juxtaposition was that meaning shifts not only linguistically, but performatively. Lenja's performance foregrounds class critique and gendered exploitation within Weimar Germany. Simon's performance, without dramatically altering the translated words, introduces an additional dimension, a powerful critique of racial injustice in the United States. The meaning changed not primarily because of textual substitutions, but because of embodiment, of historical context, and performer identity. Students discovered early on in the semester that translation operates across extra-linguistic channels: voice, race, political moment, perception. This opening scenario did 2 things. It destabilized the assumptions that translation is merely a linguistic transfer, and it created early on an awareness that equivalency is rarely purely linguistic. That awareness later became crucial when we introduced machine translation. Later in the semester, we discussed Martin Luther's Sendebrief vom Dolmetschen. Students examined Luther's defense of sense-for-sense translation and discussed how his theological convictions shaped his Bible translation. Translation, they realized, cannot be ideological neutral. From there, I raised a rather provocative question, at least to some of my students. I asked if every human translator of a sacred text leaves inevitably a theological fingerprint on his or her translation, could a sufficiently trained AI system produce a better, a more neutral, perhaps even a superior translation of a religious text? Some students were quite destabilized by this question, which is interesting because our students are in many ways very, very, very optimistic about the power of technology. So to explore this question deeper, we contemporarily left the realm of language and turned to classical music. When Beethoven died in 1827, he left fragments of an unfinished 10th symphony. For 2 centuries, human composers attempted to complete this unfinished symphony. But critics repeatedly noted that these completions were unsatisfactory because they always bore the stylistic imprint of the modern composer. Recently, however, an AI system trained exclusively on Beethoven's work generated a full completion of the symphony. The otherwise conservative music critiques were ecstatic. This system knew nothing but Beethoven, so no artistic contamination through a human composer occurred. My students then debated, does restricting training data eliminate stylistic contamination? Is algorithmic recombination equivalent to authorship? Does neutrality equal authenticity? All these questions are not just relevant for musicology, but they are translation issues. This was, by the way, not a technophilic celebration. In fact, the students were very skeptical. But what changed was the level of discourse. After stating initially machines cannot create art or translate the Bible in a reflexive way, they started to integrate their own assumptions behind that claim. The Luther discussion and the Beethoven case together created a bridge to a new question. Well, if translation is always interpretation, what exactly do we mean when we say a machine translates? The third scenario moved into contemporary translation politics. In January 2021, Amanda Gorman recited the poem 𝗍𝗪𝗪𝗧 at the US presidential inauguration of Joe Biden. When her Dutch publisher appointed Marijke Rijnveld as translator, activists objected on the grounds that Rijnveld, as a white translator, did not share Gorman's lived experience as a black poet. Rijnveld ultimately withdrew. In class, students first analyzed the poem itself. They identified passages deeply embedded in collective American historical symbolism and racialized experiences. But rather than conducting a debate based on personal opinions or feelings, we shifted to translation theory to unpack this fascinating case. Students applied Skopos theory and discussed if translation is not merely a linguistic exercise, but aims to reproduce the intended effect of the original, does shared cultural experience matter? Is lived experience a prerequisite for creating rhetorical impact? This complex discussion became more sophisticated once it was grounded in theoretical frameworks rather than in intuitive reactions or reflexes. We then moved to the German adaptation of Hamilton, a Broadway musical, and asked whether cultural localization is betrayal to the original or a translatory necessity. And again, we turned to the question of technology. Von argues that no human translator can ever fully share another's lived experience. Would a machine, in theoretically, be unbiased? Or should it be? Or would it simply be differently biased? By this point in the semester, students rejected simplistic notions of machine neutrality. They did so by using theory, not just sentiment. Parallel to these discussions, students worked on a semester-long translation portfolio. They translated specifically a newspaper article, the opening paragraph of a novel or a short story, a poem or song, and fourth, an advertisement billboard. In the first half of the semester, machine translation was prohibited. Students produced human translations and wrote reflective essays analyzing their translational decisions. In the second half, they used Google Translate and prompted ChatGPT to generate machine versions of the same texts and wrote comparative reflections. The results were striking but predictable. Machine translations, my students discovered, handled expository text surprisingly well. They struggled somewhat with narrative prose. They performed rather poorly on poetry, stuff as meter, ambiguity, sound, symbolism, cultural resonance, etc., etc. And then they did terribly on the advertisement billboard, which very, very much surprised my students initially, because when I had provided them with the assignments and the sequencing of these texts, they thought that the advertisement billboard would be the easiest text to translate, both for them and both for their both for these AI systems. But it ended up to be the most complex text in many ways. But most importantly, through this translation portfolio, students became analysts of machine output. They learned to see not only what the machine translation systems produced, but what they systematically erased or omitted. And they gained a nuanced perception on what dimensions of translation the technology did well in, and where it failed and came short compared the human translation. So what this case study of this course illustrates is that in order to integrate this technology into instruction, we do not glorify machine translation. It did not replace human translation with AI. Instead, it accomplished, we believe, 4 things. First, it embedded machine translation within 500 years of translation theory. Second, it trained students to compare human and machine output critically. Thirdly, it deepened students' linguistic awareness, including in heritage languages not offered at MIT. And fourth, it positioned AI not as an existential threat, but as an analytical object. In other words, the integration of machine translation into the learning environment was not surrender. It was intellectual expansion.
So if part 1 of this talk argued that language education must move from prohibition to design, then this course offers one concrete model of what such redesign can look like. Machine translation becomes a comparative instrument. It becomes a catalyst for theoretical reflection. And it also becomes a mirror revealing the irreducible complexity of literary language. But perhaps most importantly, machine translation becomes visible. Because what truly undermines both translation studies, language education, and vibrant multilingualism is not the presence of AI. It is its invisibility. If we teach students to interrogate, critique, and strategically collaborate with machine systems, we preserve, not diminish, the intellectual human authority of translation, communication, and multilingual civic engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can people hear me? And can we bring Per back on screen? There you go. So thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. My brain was going very fast. You touched on a lot of interesting, stimulating ideas, theories, and phenomena. I will, to get us started with the discussion, I thought of giving you an example from my own professional context, which I think is relevant. It connects to some of the issues that you brought up. I work at the University of Ottawa in Canada, which is the largest English-French bilingual university in the world, and we are expected to work in both languages. So if I receive an email in French, I'm supposed to respond in French. If I receive an email in English, I'm supposed to respond in English. So this kind of imagined perfect bilingualism in reality is not true. A lot of people are not comfortable enough in both languages, and there's this well-known term, linguistic insecurity. So a lot of people say you're dominant in English, you may be more reluctant to use your French, or if you're dominant in French, you may be reluctant to use your English. I'm one of those people who, when I arrived at this university, I had spoken English for about 20 years, so I was pretty comfortable in English, but I didn't speak a word of French, and I had to learn it to work there. So I carry this linguistic insecurity in French in me. So whenever I receive an email in French, I get quite nervous on how I would respond and what the other person will think about me. And since 𝗍𝗄𝗃 arrived, that became my best friend. I use 𝗍𝗄𝗃 to respond to emails in French consistently. So it may take me 3 minutes to respond to an email in English, but it will probably take me 30 minutes if I had to write it in French. I think of all the grammar issues, the vocabulary, the accents, the spelling. I'm quite behind in that respect, but 𝗍𝗄𝗃 is really helpful. And so I normally nowadays write my emails in English, put them in 𝗍𝗄𝗃, translate them, edit them a little bit. It has nice editing functions, and then send them back. However, that raises a lot of interesting questions with regard to some of the issues that you mentioned. For example, I think you mentioned something about authenticity. And sometimes I wonder, is this Nikolai who is writing this email? Because after all, I used the machine, and sure, I put in my own voice. I made sure I understood what 𝗍𝗄𝗃 used. I edited, so it became my product. But 𝗍𝗄𝗃 also, but I never acknowledge in my emails that I wrote this email using 𝗍𝗄𝗃 and that I translated. So I always have this kind of a little bit of am I authentic or am I this big fake who is just using technology to respond in French and has this really fluent French? So that's one interesting topic that I thought maybe we could discuss, because you talked about authenticity a little bit. And then also, at some point in your presentation, I can't remember if it was you or Eva who said MT does not replace proficiency. So I keep thinking about my own French proficiency. If I didn't have 𝗍𝗄𝗃, would I have improved my French over the years because I would be forced to work harder on my written French? Has 𝗍𝗄𝗃 made me a little bit lazy? Because it's so fast and so much better. 𝗍𝗄𝗃 speaks French so much better than I do. And maybe I do learn a little bit when I edit and when I translate. It increases my language awareness of the French language. Maybe I learn new vocabulary or even structures. But I wonder if I had to really do it the hard way by spending 30 minutes to write an email, would I by now be able to write better in French? So these were just, there's many interesting questions that came to mind, but I just want to maybe start with this, give you a chance to analyze this, respond, relate this to your own context, and then maybe we can open it to the audience.
Thank you so much, Nikolai. These are really great questions. But before I respond to them, I would just say, everybody, thank you for being here. I know it's the late afternoon in Saarbrücken, so it's not necessarily the perfect time to watch a recorded talk, but I'm so glad that I have the opportunity to join you in person. Originally, I signaled that I would not be able to be there during the time, so we recorded the talk just in case, but now I happen to be here, so I'm really, really glad to have you back, to be back in Saarbrücken without being back in Saarbrücken. I was there in fall, and I had a taste of the great hospitality that you are experiencing this weekend. So sorry that I can't be with you, but thank you so much for having us. Nikolai, what you say about your use of DeepL or machine translation tools resonates so deeply with me, because although I'm not in an institution that is linguistically, that has a language policy like the University of Ottawa, I constantly juggle between 2 and 3 languages both in my personal life and my professional life. And of course, we all know that our competencies are always unevenly distributed across the languages. So I see myself very frequently using technology in order to help me with mundane administrative tasks that I have to complete with a level of proficiency that is adequate to the director of or the head of a department here at my institution. And part of that is, of course, that when I have to put reports together or when I have to engage in correspondence, that even in English, a language that I've been now using primarily as my professional language for I don't know how many years. I care not to count those years anymore. It's getting, the numbers are getting too high. But that I still use the technology. Likewise, when I have correspondences with academic colleagues in Germany, I'm using technology in order to enhance the precision of my language in my native language, in German. The question, and of course that shifted over the years from Google Translate to DeepL to now LLMs that I use in order to draft texts, draft messages, and work then iteratively with the output and re-edit the output, put it through maybe a second time or so. Sometimes I ask myself, do I actually save a lot of time doing all of that? But you mentioned the really, really important keyword, linguistic insecurity. And I think that is, in my case, completely an articulation of that. So obviously I was able to function very effectively in professional contexts before these technologies came. Okay, so question that relates to authenticity. How authentic is a text that or that you translate or edit or massage through technology? I think it's still me. I'm very careful with the output, and I'm sure so are you, and are a lot of people in the room who conduct their professional work through these technologies. And so I don't really have a lot of concerns with myself. Do I think that everybody uses the technology with the same level of care and nuance and the whole intuitive? I mean, we have the linguistic backgrounds in order to see when the technology fails us. We have the professional experience when we see that the tonality of the output doesn't match the seriousness of the matter, for example. And then we can intervene, and in the end of the day, we are the author. So I'm pretty sure about that. However, this reminds me to something that's very, very interesting that a colleague of mine who's in computer science at MIT brought to my awareness. He's very interested in language, but he's not a linguist, and he's but an incredibly smart guy. And he always wants to talk about language topics with me, which I'm very flattered about, because it's so wonderful to speak to very smart people who are outside of our field, who have like certain ideas and opinions. And his latest idea is developing a new pronoun system that would indicate if the agent or the author, the agent of an act or of a communication, if that's a human alone, if that's a computer alone, or if it's through human-computer collaboration. So he has this very elaborate system of new novel pronouns that I'm sure will never see the day of light, because we know like how difficult it is beyond limited affinity groups to establish new pronouns. We see that with the innovations in terms of gender pronouns that exist. So, but likewise, or as a parallel to that process, it would be just like a way to use language to make people aware that they're not that it's perhaps important for us to signal if we're communicating just as humans alone, or as humans collaborating with machines, or as a machine. So last thing, machine translation and proficiency. I think that's a really interesting point, and that's of course one of the things that comes often in response to this work. It's just like, are we losing competencies if we introduce these technologies into language education or language education? And I think what we absolutely have to acknowledge is that perhaps proficiencies or the proficiency that we develop in language classroom is a different kind of proficiency. I think that we can go back to the pocket calculator analogy. And today, when we go to a restaurant and for some reason there's a technological failure, and that poor waiter has to compute the fracture, the total, on the fly in their head, we of course then smirkily think, oh wow, yes, 30 years ago this wouldn't have happened, and people were still able to do that. Yeah, or if your GPS in your car fails, and suddenly you have to ask your passenger in the car to read a map, and they are holding it upside down. Yeah, I think a lot of I think technologies that enter our reality, our world, create a trade-off. So I think that there is this happens in terms of, if, let's say, machine translation is introduced in language learning environment in an unintentional, unorganized way. If it simply says, "Oh yeah, you can use all these tools to do your homework or to do your assignments." So what I think, in order to minimize these negative effects, or this potentially negative effects, I think what we have to do, and I think we're as a field still very early in that process, to think about how to intentionally, how to productively introduce these technologies in the learning environment. So that's my thought on your second question. So
thank you.
But I totally get your point, and I think it's a very valid concern.
Thank you, and I think this also leads us to start thinking of how our the idea of authenticity and the idea of proficiency evolves, and so maybe we don't need to keep to the very old concepts of proficiency, because we now have different tools that aid us, that help us in our daily use of in our daily tasks. So perhaps it's not so important to know where to put the accent on the French or not, and maybe there will be other skills that develop in the future that transcend that. But at this point we have about 15 minutes left, so maybe it's time to open it to the audience and let them ask some questions.
Hi, this is I would say, relatively related question to what the topic you were just speaking on, but the tasks that you gave the students with the translations, this would have to be with relatively advanced students. So I was wondering if there's like a guideline to when language teachers might start introducing language technologies, or would it be from day one we're like learning hola and we're also like, and this is how you can use ChatGPT to help you? I would be interested in that.
No, I think that's a super good question, and I'm sorry that I'm going back to math all the time, but the really interesting parallel in math education is that the debates are, to this day, have not come to a conclusion whether or when is the optimal time to introduce pocket calculators to children learning math, and the opinions are quite there's a quite variety of opinions. I think what's really important for us we're even not there at a field where there is any systematic research into just the timing of when to best introduce these tools. I think there's so many other variables that impact a learning environment that it's very, very, very difficult to generalize that. I have a very, very, very specific learning environment that I've been working in for most of my career. My entire career is like post-secondary language education in the United States. It's a very, very different animal than in Europe, because the K-12, the primary and secondary schools, by and large, don't prepare students as well in this country in second languages. That's just a reality that we're all aware of. Although there are also some really, really, really remarkable exceptions, but as a general rule, that is the case. One of the things that we do at universities is that we offer a lot of beginning language classes, but with a very, very strong and very fast-paced, etc. And then I'm, for the last 3.5 years, at a place like MIT, where I have students who are very, not only very interested and very competent with technology, but also very thoughtful, and also think very, very critically. And I see that more now with the conversations about the role of generative AI in education than with this work that we started about 10 years ago on machine translation. That whatever response I can give, or even would find systematic evidence in my students here, would be very, very difficult to generalize over just into different contexts. So I think that's why I think at this point we just need to acknowledge that this technology exists, that the students use it, regardless if we prohibited it or if we provide guidance to it. My hunch is still that in this country, the approach is basically Google Translate and DeepL is verboten. It's prohibited. It's illegal to use it, and it's an act of academic dishonesty. And that is something that I find something where raising the awareness among my colleagues here that there are ways we have to confront the reality, and there are ways to do that in a productive way. That will be the first step.
Thomas? Thank you very much. Hi, Per. This is Thomas. First of all, let me thank you for your inspiring talk, yours and Eva's talk, of course. And it's wonderful to see you again here, not as a real person and live, touchable on screen, on the stage, but very big on the screen, much bigger than ever possible in real life. Then I would like to provide you, which is actually clear, but I would like to say it, with a perfect alibi for using DeepL, for example, in languages like French or Spanish, because not every email software or application is able to render the French CD, like in français, or the Spanish tilde, like in mañana. So this is the best way to send text to these items like Google Translate or DeepL, because then you get that for free. You get it in passing. I mean, this CD or the tilde. A quick question. You said that students' reactions and answers were predictable, more or less. Was there any moment of surprise, any aha moment that you and Eva had when it was about your study, either concerning literature or students' reactions or the use of AI in general? Thank you very much in advance for your answer.
So that's a great question. And I should backpedal a little bit. The first time I taught this course was in fall semester 2022, and that was the first semester that I taught at MIT. And I was super surprised by how interested and engaged students were with the philosophical and translation theory part of the curriculum, and how this was completely new to them. This is not something that they never really had a context where they were asked to think about these things critically, about translation critically, and where they intuitively would have approached it by the way, oh yeah, we have technology for that. But then within really the first few weeks, it was clear to the entire group, no, translation is something far more complex and far more nuanced and far more embedded in culture, and it goes way beyond the linguistic dimension. You know? And I was very lucky because when I planned the class and I started really the first session with the Bertolt Brecht, Lotte Lenya, Nina Simon juxtaposition, I had no idea what to expect from students at MIT who were quote unquote required to take humanities classes as part of their degree program. But I was really, really stunned how quickly they recognized some of the complexities there. So, and then a couple of weeks later, when we had this whole Luther debate and the idea that translation is ideological, and that Luther theorized about it in his 𝗦𝗍𝗍𝗆𝗍, where he basically argued for a particular translation of one passage in the Bible, which was so clearly where his translatory choices were so clearly articulating his theological convictions, and then I played the devil's advocate with the students and say, hey, wouldn't the system be a better translator of the Bible or of any sacred text that does not have an opinion about kind of theological nuances, but that is entirely neutral. And from a logical standpoint, I thought, yeah, my students would say, well, or some students would say, yeah, well, that's that seems appropriate to us. But they vehemently opposed that idea that no, this is way too. This is deeply human, and it should only be considered through not by. I mean, this reaction was very interesting at a campus where people have an incredibly high sense of optimism, at least in a technological sense, optimism for the future.
Thank you very much. Beforehand, I forgot to say that I can even see you in double on the big screen and on my laptop screen, and that's also impossible in real life unless you are drunken. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes.
Other questions or comments?
Hello, Per. I'm Gudrun. Thank you for an exceptionally pleasant email exchange.
Yes.
And thank you both for the presentation. Now that we are into 𝗍𝗍𝗆 confessions, here is mine. As you were speaking, I got an email from 𝗪𝗆, who was here from Norway. She just left, and we had been discussing something, and she answered a question in Norwegian. I wanted to answer her in Norwegian, which I always do, but because there are so many false Danish friends that come into my Norwegian, I write in Swedish in 𝗍𝗍𝗆, because I find the Swedish is better there. I make a Norwegian translation and send it to her. I'm telling myself I'm doing it so that I get my spelling right. Sometimes I will write it in Norwegian and then do the spell check. And then I put some Danish text into it because I know she understands that. So I'm with you, Nicolai. We need 𝗍𝗍𝗆.
So, sorry to say something again. I would just like to reassure you about your confessions. I guess they will be kept secret. The only thing is that we are being live streamed. Thank you.
I don't know, Perry, if you have a response to the confessions, but maybe one way would be something that would be empowering is to simply acknowledge at the bottom of the email, this email was used with the assistance, was written with the assistance of such and such a tool. But that's a big step, right? If the person on the other end expects this, it comes back to the idea of proficiency, right? If somebody expects this perfect proficiency from you, and then they find out, ooh, this person uses AI, maybe they would judge you. Go ahead, Per.
Yeah, I think we just need a couple of years and then it's a normalized discourse, I would say. I think that's just like, I mean, I remember when, I think I was still in grad school when Wikipedia came out. And the academic establishment was completely up in arms. How can it be possible that an encyclopedia exists that is not peer-reviewed and blah, 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 blah. And we told our students to never use it and certainly never quote it. We still do that, yeah? So, but a few years later, we already learned from systematic research that Wikipedia is more accurate than the Encyclopedia Britannica. And that in many ways, there is a peer-reviewed system built in. It's just not people who have like 3 letters behind their names, or 2 letters before their names, who are the peer reviewers, but it's like kind of a big crowd, yeah? So, I think, and maybe this is another confession, but when I teach, in my teaching, when I sit there in the late morning and need to quickly clarify something, of course I look things up in Wikipedia, yeah, and I hope we all do, yeah. I think it would be. Think about other technologies that we used before digital technologies to help us. Yeah, when we didn't know exactly where the accent goes on whichever word in French, which I never know. Yeah, I would have looked that up in a brick and mortar dictionary, like in a paper dictionary. That's a technology too. Yeah, so. I'm a little bit. I mean, I understand the concern, and but I'm actually less concerned with the question, which is like, is this authentic communication? Is it still me? Because in the end of the day, I feel that I'm firmly sitting in the driver's seat. The one thing that I'm more concerned about, and where I'm very, very, very careful, is in terms of correspondence or that somehow has a higher level of confidentiality to it. Would I use such an email and have ChatGPT just editing it for me or translating it for me? No, I wouldn't, because I don't really know. Somewhere is the data afterwards. I don't know where it is. I don't know how it is used, and I don't. And so that's, I think if I think about ethics and AI use in everyday multilingual communication, that's what I'm really more concerned about, perhaps.
Thank you very much. Thomas is telling me we have 2 more minutes. I don't know if there's any more questions. If not, Per, I think we could end on this note. If your colleague creates those hybrid human/machine pronouns, send them to the ECSPM. Maybe Gudrun can put them on the ECSPM website, and we can popularize them.
Very good, very good. I will get back to him, and he will be very, very pleased that I mentioned his work. And his ideas, again, an amateur linguist, but an extremely smart person in front of such an illustrious group like yours. And I would like to thank you again for having me, also for going through the extra effort of like live zooming me in. Again, I very much regret that I'm not there in 3 dimensions. Also to enjoy the Saarbrücken cuisine that you all will have the pleasure of enjoying later tonight. But I hope that there is an opportunity in the future to meet in person. Thank you so much for everybody. Thank you so much for everybody who was on all these different emails to make all of this happen. Thomas, Gudrun, Nikolai, thank you so much for the moderation, and Bessie for the initial invitation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
So I'm quickly transitioning to Professor Bessie Dendrinos for the closing speech, and after that I'll still make some quick remarks of organization. Closing speech, Bessie, please.
It's not actually a closing speech. I just want to make a few remarks before I close, and the first remark is my deep, deep gratitude to Thomas Tinnefeld and to Lilian Tinnefeld for their wonderful work. All the technicians that have been here helping us throughout these days, and of course you, all of you who have been attentive. Even though at the closing there are fewer of us, I also want to thank the Executive Committee of ECSPM, Andrea Young, Nikolai, who went back, Theo Marinis, and unfortunately Monica Barney was not able to be with us today. Of course, Gudrun, who has done an amazing job throughout this time. And last but not least, also Josh Schwanenberg, with whom I had very nice conversations throughout these 2 days. And I just want to make a couple of announcements before we finish. I know that we're all very, very tired. The first one is, it's common before the final, before we finish the event, to announce the next event. Okay, well, the immediately next event is the one which is early June, 4 or 5 of June in Strasbourg, and it's a follow-up of this symposium. And I will be writing and reminding people again. We will be having a couple of wonderful speakers there, and we will be having some panel discussions which we're organizing with colleagues from the University of Strasbourg, from ECSPM, and elsewhere. We will also be having then an extra day where we will be discussing a project that we are beginning on Greek in the world and the teaching of Greek in the world. The next symposium, we are thinking about discussing having it in Germany again. Usually it's customary to have it in different places every year. However, there had been talk of having it in Hamburg for 2026, and then Thomas approached me about perhaps organizing it here, and there was some funding available, etc. So it was decided to do it here. So we're going back to our original idea of having it in Hamburg in 2027. The center there is doing excellent work, and I'm sure that ECSPM can blend in also with the work that they are doing, and they can offer to us. Additionally, we are seeing that the initiative that we took to have trainees join ECSPM, and Lola has been here throughout the days, and she had a good experience also with people that offered their time to her for interviews. We are thinking of extending this experience And I spoke about it also to Mr. Ellinides because of their trainees' experience and perhaps combining some of that. So that is another aspect and an outcome of this symposium. Also, already Gudrun had said that it was our intention, even from last year, to begin a knowledge hub on translation and interpretation, and perhaps work with the Commission in relation to that, the translation DG. We talked about it, and there are some possibilities, and our colleagues that have been here during the symposium, even virtually, Effie, Peter 𝗍𝗪𝗆, who was not here at all, but we are with him, we are communicating with him virtually, and also Alexander, who was here and spoke to us, and Jan Engberg. We are going to be continuing to create a special interest group on translation interpretation as part of our next actions of ECSPM. So this has been an extremely productive experience from all points of view. We've also had some talks with bilingualism matters, and I hope that we continue on that strand as well. And I want to thank everyone for contributing your thoughts, your energies, and being here until the end. I'm not going to take any longer because it's been a very, very long day, and I know that people are tired. My heartfelt thanks to everyone.